Sorry? It was good. It was at Old Dutch, the Old Dutch down in Logan, Ohio. It's like Der Dutchman, but not as good. Yeah, Der Dutchman. That's not hard to get 10,000 calories. Just on a whim.
You can drive to the parking lot and pick up 1,000 probably.
Yeah. Just from the odors. But I got back like at 10 and went right to bed. And woke up at 3:30 in the morning wide awake.
Oh, I know. Sleep is.
So you got a grumpy judge today. Grumpy. Not hangry, but grumpy.
I've been that person. I've been that person.
Didn't I say everybody be here at 10 till? Did I tell him that song? Huh?
I was worried because I was in heights.
He must be coming.
Good morning, folks. Buen dia, buen dia. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. I told everybody to be here at 10 till so we get some things on the record.
Leave it up to me that I'm following rules in the early.
It's okay. I realize there's Miami time and Columbus time.
Oh, where's my home?
Where's who? Is she my responsibility? I think it's her coming in, isn't it? It's not her. I don't know.
I'm disconnected. But let me see if it got us out.
This week I had the discount store last week, so do I have any tags or anything? That's what
It doesn't show us.
Well, I wanted to get on the record here. Not you, Sam. Okay. Morning. Okay, now that we've got everybody, we were gonna put some stuff on. Okay, folks, we're going on the record. I asked everybody to be here at 10 till so we could put some stuff on the record. Mr. Zion had made a request for the record. Everybody is now present in the courtroom. Mr. Zion, you wanted to put some things on the record?
Just a 404B request, Your Honor, as the court is very well aware. If a party intends to use 404B material, notice must be given in advance of trial, but can be given during trial for good cause shown. The good cause that we are showing is that we didn't know until really yesterday, or Monday during opening, that the defense was going to open the door to all the other, with their exhibit. The court actually inquired about that exhibit, showing all the other patients, ones that were not indicted and ones that were indicted but then dismissed by the state 2 months ago. So at this point, we believe there is good cause to make this request at this time. They're the ones bringing it up. So we believe that material, as it relates to all of the patients that Dr. Husel was implicated in overdosing, should be admissible at this point to show intent, knowledge, and absence of mistake. Thank you.
Judge, I think the response to that is quite clear. The only thing that's been used in terms of the other cases are the dose amounts. I think the dose amounts are certainly relevant to pattern and intent. So if that's what counsel was asking for, we would have no objections to that issue.
Okay.
However, if he's planning on making this trial another 6 weeks, well then, yeah, we certainly have an issue with that, and I can address it further if needed.
Okay. On your face, it appears they're not objecting. We may have to address it again, evidently. Okay.
All right.
Developments that you guys need to know about. I met with PFM, the providers, and Susan this morning at 7:30 about the courtroom and logistics. Tonight, they're going to take out the plexiglass between the jurors. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, yeah. Morning.
Good morning. I just hear him in the back hallway. So I figured I'd stand up.
What is that little circle thing with the screen on it, huh?
That is a microphone.
Oh, cool.
They were having carryover issues, so we moved a microphone there.
All right.
When you walk out, be careful. You shouldn't walk near it, but
Yep.
just in case.
Understood, thanks.
It's similar to what I have up here in other courtrooms. It's a controlling unit that directs it, so they have the ability to channel that into a particular spot. Yeah.
Oh, the box? Oh, they're probably not the same size. I was wondering if they could switch the front one to that side one, because there's at least.
They're not the same size. We talked about that this morning. They would have to cut 2 new tiles to do it.
Hey, do you have the?
And they don't have a key for us.
All right.
Seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Hope you had a wonderful evening. Okay, we're going to continue on with the testimony. Sir, remember, you're still under oath. Mr. Zion?
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could have the screen, please. Good morning, Mr. Talon. Mr. Schroyer, Mr. Talon Schroyer. I've mispronounced your name all along here. I
It's
apologize.
not doing any good until that gets all the way down because it's too noisy. Okay.
All right. We left off yesterday on redirect talking about what Ms. Menashe termed the diversion call. But how many, was that one? Was that the only reason you made that call?
No.
Okay. And what was the other reason, just to get us back where we were?
That the best I could figure, that diversion was a possibility, or the possibility was the case could be made that these were hastening the deaths of people. And
They were what?
the case could be made that these doses were hastening the deaths of people. And either way, it wasn't good.
Okay. October 24th, was it your testimony on direct and cross that that's when you found out these were about palliative extubations?
Correct.
All right. I want to show you, we showed you some records here yesterday regarding Janet Kavanaugh. 29B and 29BB. Showing you 29A. Okay, zoom. There we go. And then we'll zoom out a little. This is the
Okay.
document that's,
Why don't you bring it out a little bit more?
okay,
No, out,
in,
in, okay.
okay,
I'm old age.
there.
How are you guys seeing there?
I'm not touching it.
Need more? That's good? Y'all sure? Asked you yesterday, and I heard that people weren't able to see it, so tell me if you got a problem, okay? Okay.
Okay. This is 29B. What is this document called at the top?
Medication orders?
Okay. 29BB, also relating to Janet Kavanaugh from the same date and time. And what is this document called?
Medication administration record?
Based on your training and experience at Mount Carmel, can you explain what the difference between medication orders document is and medication administration record is? Shortened, is that shortened for MAR?
Yes.
Okay.
Beyond the scope, Your Honor.
No, I disagree. I'm a permit.
That means you can answer.
The order is well, it wasn't, it's electronic, but it's what you see when you are verifying the order that comes across for what's supposed to happen. The administration record is in a different place, and as you can see, it's all more than one thing there. It's just kind of a place you can look to see what happened and when it happened.
All right. So is it fair to say then that the medication order, 29B, is what you saw? Remember, this was the one you called about, right, Janet Kavanaugh?
Right,
This is 29B is what you saw?
right.
Objection, Your Honor, is deleted. Still redirect.
I agree.
Move to strike.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the question. New question, please.
Is 29B what you saw prospectively?
Yes.
Okay. So on 29B, do you see anywhere that this is for palliative withdrawal?
I do not know.
Okay. And so when Ms. Menashe showed you 29, what I've identified as 29BB, the medication administration record, is this the after action, so to speak?
Yeah,
Okay. And is that where it's listed to be given for palliative extubation?
appears to be yes.
All right. And did you review 29BB when you had called him at that point?
No.
Are you familiar with the nurse's habit of what's called back charting?
I've heard of it before, yes.
What is back charting?
In my understanding, it is when you might be, a nurse may be busy doing something right now.
As to what a nurse does?
This is understanding, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled. Now, you said back?
BACK, back
Back. Okay.
charting.
Also, for the record, back charting was never discussed in cross, so I think it's beyond the scope.
It is, Your Honor, and I will address that shortly here. The issue of back charting was addressed in cross, and that's why I just laying a foundation for the next question.
Okay. I'll permit it.
Thank you. Tell them what your understanding of back charting is.
It is shortly that you may not chart or document what you did actually when you did it. You may do something and then, because you're doing other things, go back at a later time and document what you did.
So, relevant to what Ms. Menashe was asking you yesterday regarding Janet Kavanaugh, when she showed you 29, 29BB, the medication administration record, a document you did not review prospectively, she noted with you on cross about the time, 8:27, right?
Correct.
Do you remember her asking you, so it looks like they had this medicine for 3 hours, right?
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. Showing you what I've marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit for Janet Kavanaugh, 29, since I'm trying to keep them all in order, judges. 29B is Janet Kavanaugh, so 29B, B, B. Are you familiar with the progress notes and notes that indicate time of death?
Yes.
All right. And this is for Janet Kavanaugh?
Yes.
And this is for the same hospital admission?
Yes.
What is listed as the time of death for Janet Kavanaugh? Am I showing you the right thing?
Time of death, 06:03.
All right. So what time, that's on the 24-hour clock?
6 in the morning, 6:03 in the morning.
All right. So when Tyler Rudman in 29BB notes 8:27, the progress note from Dr. Husel indicates she actually died at 6:03 a.m.
Yes.
So in your mind, could this be an instance of back charting, Tyler Rudman going back and after the fact writing in what he wrote?
It could be,
Okay.
yes.
Well, no.
Right.
We can make a side record on it real quick.
If you're objecting, Judge, I'll move on.
I'm not objecting, I'm just saying, no, you can't do it.
And I would move
I
to
don't
strike
object, I'm not a party.
and any answer.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
As to his opinion, no.
okay. Is that what the records indicate, that the Janet Kavanaugh died at
No,
6:03?
it's still as to his opinion.
No,
Okay,
that
that
was-
question isn't asking for an opinion.
You're aware, let me summarize and I'll move on, Judge. You're aware of back charting?
Yes.
You're aware that Ms. Menasche asked you about these medications being delivered 3.5 hours after they were pulled?
Yes.
And you're aware 29BBB indicates she died at 6:03 a.m.?
Yes.
Thank you. We good? Remember Ms. Menasche asking you the line of questioning about, well, you only worked at night, so you only worked with Dr. Husel, right? Remember that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
All right, so directing your attention to that line of questioning by Ms. Menasche. You also worked with another nighttime ICU doctor, didn't you?
I did.
And what was his name?
Dr. Hagris?
Are you aware of Dr. Hagris's and Dr. Husel's schedules as far as, how much time they work part of each week?
Vaguely.
What's your vague notion of when they worked?
I know that when I worked Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, I was working with Dr. Husel, and on Wednesdays, I worked with Dr. Hagris.
Okay. Were you aware that they actually split?
Objection leading.
Sustained?
Were you aware of,
Objection. He just said when the shifts were, Your Honor. It's leading otherwise than
Okay,
beyond.
I understand. I have sustained the objection, let's rephrase.
all right, thank you. So, in your experience, going back to what Ms. Menasche said, you not having any experience with other doctors, did you, in your experience, in your memory, did Dr. Hagris ever order fentanyl or the equivalent of morphine or any other pain medication in the doses that Dr. Husel ordered?
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered at nauseam on direct. Did any other doctor order that amount? We're now
Okay.
just retracting.
As to the commentary of nauseam, let's not go there, but for the rest of it, I agree, this has been asked and answered.
She asked specifically if he had experience with any other doctor, and that's what and that's what I'm going on here, Judge. That's the line here.
Okay, so you're correcting some misstatement, is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm addressing her line of questioning that he only had experience with Husel, so how can he say no other doctor did this?
Then ask it.
That's what I was trying, did Dr. Hagris ever do this?
Can you answer that?
Not in my experience, no.
And along those same lines, you had no other experience than Dr. Husel. Was it, how many weeks were you working, training at the hospital during the day shift?
Several. I had 8, 10, something like that.
And who would those doctors have been?
Not Dr. Husel.
Okay. And in your experience and in your memory, did any of those doctors ever order fentanyl or the equivalent of other opioid pain medications in the doses that Dr. Husel ordered?
Not in my experience.
Back to the line regarding where was pharmacy. Do you recall Ms. Menashe asking you about Lipidol and that one surgeon that used it and Randy not being around?
I do.
Did you design the system where the people you can arc your concerns up to were, I think in her words, MIA during your shift?
No, I did not.
To the line of questioning, do you remember her asking about Dr. Husel not being the one that were calling in these overrides?
Yes.
But Dr. Husel did call about overrides for ketamine, right?
Correct.
Do you remember the line of questioning about overrides somehow being implied that they were nefarious, I think was the word Ms. Menashe used?
Yes.
She went through the medical Pyxis chart for Brandy McDonald. Do you recall that?
Yes.
24E. And recall her pointing out that there was overrides for sodium bicarb, propofol, hydromorphine, sodium chloride. Do you
Yep.
recall all of that?
Yes.
All the way through, correct?
Correct.
If those are all taken on override, are you reviewing any of that stuff Ms. Menashe pointed out prospectively?
No,
Did you design this system?
I did not.
Did you make the rules for how this was set up?
I did not.
Where was pharmacy on those?
Oh, unaware, or at least unaware at the time.
On retrospective reviews, do you remember Ms. Menashe asking you about the fact that you had other options on retrospective reviews? What were the buttons you could push on a retrospective review to clear from your queue?
You could verify it or reject it.
Is there any point in rejecting an order that's already been completed in your mind?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because the point of rejecting an order is to stop it from progressing. If it's already done, what's the point of rejecting it?
Do you remember her asking you about Lexicomp and the guidelines at Mount Carmel?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying that you were unaware of those guidelines as far as palliative withdrawal extubations?
That wasn't Lexicomp, that was just.
I was just directing your attention to that
Oh,
area
okay,
of questioning.
Okay.
Okay. Were you aware that Mount Carmel had an intranet system with information in it?
Yes.
How would you describe the organization and the ease of use of that intranet system, which had those policies and guidelines in them?
Yeah, let's go, Your Honor.
We're directing it right back to where she's talked about his awareness of the policies and guidelines.
Okay, I'll permit it.
It was not the easiest thing to navigate.
All right. Did you set up that intranet system that was not the easiest thing to get to navigate?
No, I did not.
Is there anything else that you need to clear up from your testimony from yesterday?
Objection, Your Honor, as to that vagueness of that question.
Yeah, sustained.
So I can't lead, but I can't ask an open-ended question?
No, it's just the nature of an open-ended question. You're asking him to basically correct anything he thinks wrong? There's no guidance there.
Well, in summary, I always ask on direct, is there anything else that you feel we should need to know?
But we're in redirect right now, so,
Which is the point?
okay, I'm not gonna argue with you here.
Okay, sir. All right. Well, then I have no further questions.
Okay, anything on the back charting?
I'm sorry?
Anything on back charting?
Yes, please. One moment. Do you have that sheet, the back charting sheet?
The BB?
Yeah. Any others, please? Just the category.
Oh, okay, 29C, those are all the 29B series. There's 29A, is that her? Just check, make sure I got the right person there for you.
Nope, this is Charles.
That's
We
what I
just
thought.
need 29BB. BBB.
There it is. That's 29B and 29B. Mhm.
One minute. Showing the witness what's previously been marked as 29B, going back to solely the issue of back charting. For purposes of identification, Talon, this is Kavanaugh's record
Yes, ma'am.
order. And at the bottom here, pharmacist verify. That means you approved, right?
No, it means I verified.
Verified doesn't mean approved.
Verified is the word that they use to verify.
Means you found it an appropriate dose and you let it release.
If it was done prospectively, yes.
And we know it was in this case,
Yes.
correct? And so I just want to be clear about the time. The time where you verified, Talon, what is that time right there?
5:14 a.m.
Okay. And with respect to the time that this argument about back charting, give me 1 second while I find the note. $5:14 was when you verified, correct?
Correct.
And we know that the time of death, based on the progress notes, was, it says right here, 6:03.
It does.
And then right up here, progress note says 6:10,
Yes.
correct? And that would be AM.
Yes.
Both of those times, the date of death at the 610 and the 603 are substantially after your verify of 514, correct?
It's after, yes.
45 minutes at a minimum,
Yes.
nothing further.
Okay, you can step down. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Gregory Dresbach to stand.
Thank you, you're all done. You want me to get them up to the stand, Joe?
Yeah, he's coming. Okay, come on up here. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go and have a seat there. Make yourself comfortable. You got an aerial mic there in front of you so that we can all hear. You gotta talk towards that. Okay, I need you to state your name for the record and spell your name for my court reporter so she can get used to your diction, okay?
Yes. Gregory Dresbach, Gregory, Dresbach.
Okay? Ms. Sawyer? No questions?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was trying to show her the exhibits to hopefully move this along a little faster for us.
Okay?
Mr. Dresbach, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm fine, how are you?
I'm good. And where are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at Mount Carmel Grove City,
And how long, what is your position with them?
clinical staff pharmacist,
How long have you held that position with Mount Carmel?
since August of 2000.
And obviously, Grove City has not been open that long. Were you with Mount Carmel in another hospital prior to Mount Grove City opening?
Yes, I worked at Mount Carmel West.
And how long were you at Mount Carmel West specifically?
I was there starting in April of 1999. I did 1 year as an intern, and then August in 2000, I became a clinical staff pharmacist.
All right, so your job title as a clinical staff pharmacist, what are your job duties, sir?
We are responsible for making sure medications that are compounded within the pharmacy are compounded correctly and dispensed out. We respond to events within the hospital, such as strokes, heart attacks, codes, those types of things. And we review medication orders that come into our queue prior to their dispensal.
Do you work a particular shift at Mount Carmel?
Yes, I work the night shift.
And are there specific days that you work?
I work currently Monday night through Thursday night. Prior to that, I was working Sunday night through Wednesday night.
Okay. And when you say prior to that, do you remember the time period you were working Sunday through Wednesday?
I worked that shift up until March 13th of 2019, sorry.
All right. Just briefly, let's go through what type of education and training you have to hold your current position.
Okay,
Where did you go to college, sir?
The Ohio State University.
And what degree did you receive?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Pharmacy,
Do you remember what year you received that in?
2000.
And did you go on to get a doctorate degree?
I did not.
Are you licensed as a clinical pharmacist?
Yes,
And when did you receive that licensure?
that licensure came in August of 2000.
Are there continuing education requirements to maintain that?
Yes, there are.
And what are those, sir?
We have to do 40 hours of continuing education every 2 years. 2 of those hours have to be in pharmacy law, and 2 of those hours in medication safety.
Since 2000, has your licensure as a clinical pharmacist remained consistent?
Yes.
Can you describe to us, we've had some description already from other witnesses, but how is medication distributed within Mount Carmel West specifically?
Within Mount Carmel West, there would have been essentially two ways. One would have been medications that were actually delivered from the pharmacy to the floors and placed in patient-specific bins. The other would have been through an automated dispensing system, which we used the Pyxis system at Mount Carmel West, which was an automated cabinet full of drawers and bins that contained commonly used medications.
And describe to us what the Pyxis system is as far as how it is utilized.
Oh, it contains commonly used medications for the patients on every floor, anything from as-needed pain meds, nausea meds, to blood pressure medications, just your commonly used meds. Those are stocked in the cabinet on the floor. This allows the nurse to obtain them when needed versus waiting for them to be delivered from the main pharmacy.
And how many Pyxis machines are in Mount Carmel or were in Mount Carmel West?
I don't recall the total number.
Do you remember how many were specifically in the ICU unit?
I believe there were 3.
Okay. Now, can you describe to us, how do you verify medication? How does it come to you as to whether or not it's going to be dispersed?
A practitioner, such as a physician, nurse practitioner, physician assistant, or a nurse would go into Cerner, into the Pharmnet side of Cerner, which is the computer program that we use to track orders, not just for pharmacy, but lab and everywhere. And they would enter a medication order, and once they had completed filling out the order, they could sign it, and that released it to the queue where we would see it at that point.
All right. And once you see it, where are you at?
I'm in the main pharmacy.
All right, and that's, I believe, on the first floor is what we've been told.
Yeah, first
Okay.
floor.
So describe to us, once that's entered into the queue on Cerner and Pharmnet, how does it get to you?
We see it in our queue. It has just a real-time display of orders as they come in based on either patient or unit. You could arrange it however you wanted. And then to actually look at and review the order, you would have to click on it to access the order.
Okay. As you're accessing that order, do you have access to any other information regarding the patient?
You could pull up Power Chart, I believe is what it was called.
Okay.
And that was a separate program, but within Cerner, where you could review sort of histories and physicals and the MAR on the patient. But traditionally, that wasn't always running when you were in Pharmnet.
Okay. So once that queue comes up to you, what are your options?
For the order, that once it comes in and we see it, we can reject an order, we can verify an order, we can cancel or discontinue an order.
All right, and I'm gonna, Diane, is it okay just to publish this on? That's the verification order.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the number?
This is 11B. All right, so, Mr. Dresbach, I'm putting up here what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 11B, and now I'm going to move it down so you can see the whole thing.
Okay?
Can you tell us briefly, how do you identify what the patient is?
Well, in the upper right, patient name, this would be Timmons, James Nick. He has a medical record number there. Date of birth of, on mine it's a little bit, I think it might be 5/10/1979 or 6/10/1979. So those would all be identifiers we use to identify a patient.
And is this what you would see when you pull it up in your queue?
It was a different appearance just because the verification screen looks different, but that information is there, yes.
Okay. Now, one thing that was talked about yesterday, and you weren't in here, but was the word routine. What does that mean to you?
When an order is put in, the person entering the order has the option. It defaults to routine, which means that pharmacy has 60 minutes or so to verify the order. It's not a rush order.
Okay.
But you had two other options, STAT, which meant immediately, the order needed to be addressed immediately, and ASAP, which we granted a time range of 30 to 60 minutes that it needed our attention.
I'm sorry, what was the last time frame for ASAP?
30 to 60 minutes.
Okay, and STAT would be the highest level of attention
Yes.
needed. All right. Now, you had talked about you can verify, and we've heard the word used prospectively and retrospectively. What does prospective verification mean to you?
So a prospective verification means the order has come in, medication has not been given or administered. So we have an opportunity to review the order for dose, route, frequency, and then approve the order or reject the order at that point.
Okay, I believe there's a laser pointer up there for you, sir.
Yeah,
Can you use that to show us where we would find when an order is placed?
so on here, the order date and time would be right there.
So-
So it's 10/23/2018 at 00:07, or 7 minutes after midnight.
All right, and what is this order for?
This is an order for 100 micrograms IV push of fentanyl, one time.
And, all right, just explain just briefly, what does that mean to you? 100 micrograms IV push one time?
So the dose is 100 micrograms, and it's just a one-time order to give that as an IV push, so a rapid infusion or an injection.
And what type of drug is fentanyl?
Fentanyl is an opiate.
Now, where does it show whether or not, where the doctor is that ordered that dose?
Right there under ordering physician.
And this one would be Dr. Husel.
Yes.
And where does it show whether or not you verified this?
Down here, pharmacist verify, electronically signed by, and that's my name.
And the date and time on this one?
10/23/2018 at 00:13, or 13 minutes after midnight.
All right. To you, what does prospective verification mean?
Prospective verification means that we receive the order and have an opportunity to review it prior to the medication being administered.
And retrospective verification?
Retrospective would be that the medication has already been administered and now the order is being put in or released into the queue. So we can see it, but there's really nothing you can do at that point. The medication has been administered.
All right. How do you tell on this form whether it is prospective verification or retrospective verification?
Looking at this form, I would suspect that this one is a prospective verification because the order went in at 7 minutes after midnight, and then I approved it at 13 minutes after midnight, and then it was completed at 16 minutes after midnight.
So 3 minutes after you approved it, it's completed,
Yes.
which means you looked at it before it was administered?
Yes.
Okay. And just for the record, 11B, that's a true and accurate copy of what's done in the course of your business?
Yes.
Okay, and next is going to be 2B. All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 2B. And then I'm going to move it down again. Can you tell us, again, what patient is this for?
This is patient Ryan E. Hayes.
All right, and what type of medication is being placed at this point?
There are actually two medications that you can see currently. The first one is fentanyl, and then the second one is hydromorphone.
Okay, and date and time of the fentanyl order and the hydromorphone?
The order time on the fentanyl is 22:53 on 4/3/2017, and then the time on the hydromorphone is 22:53 on 4/3/2017.
And which doctor is ordering this at this time?
Dr. Husel.
All right. How was it placed? Stacked, ASAP, routine?
Routine.
And can you tell us about when you verified this?
I verified the fentanyl order at 22:58 on 4/3/2017,
And let me move it up for you.
and the hydromorphone order on 4/3/2017 at 22:57.
Can you tell whether or not these were prospectively verified or retrospectively verified?
These would appear to be retrospectively verified based on the action completed time of 22:57.
Because yours was verified at 22:58?
22:58.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm,
I couldn't.
There was an,
Did you object?
I did, thank you.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. How can you tell it was retrospectively verified?
The order was completed at 22:57 on April 3rd of 2017, but I did not verify it until 22:58 on April 3rd of 2017.
So Is it fair then for me to say that in order to see whether it's retrospective, you have to look at that action type and when it was completed?
Yes.
Okay. Diane, 13B will be next. All right, and I'm now going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 13B, and then I'm going to move down for you. Who
Okay.
is our patient here?
This patient is Rebecca Walls.
All right, and what is the med order for on this one?
Again, there are two medication orders here. The first one is for fentanyl, and the second one is for midazolam.
Okay, and who placed these orders?
Both orders were placed by Dr. Husel.
And tell me, what type of order was this as far as routine, ASAP, stat?
These orders were routine and routine.
And what date and time were they placed?
Order date and time of November 19th, 2018 at 00:54 and November 19th, 2018 at 00:54.
Okay, tell me whether or not you verified this.
I did not verify this. I rejected this order.
Okay, where do we see that at, sir?
Right there where it says rejected and then my name on November 19th, 2018 at 00:56.
All right, I'm going to move down so you can see the other order of midazolam. What about that order?
Rejected, again, my name on November 19th, 2018 at 00:56.
All right, now tell me about what happens when you are rejecting an order. What do you have to do?
I reject the order, and then that will flag the order with a symbol across the system that it has been rejected by Pharmacist. And then I usually call the floor to try to get the order clarified.
Okay, you said it flags that order. How does it flag that order?
There is a symbol, I believe it was a mortar and pestle with a red circle around it and a line through it that would appear by the order on their system. That's what it appeared to pharmacists.
Okay.
I think it appeared the same way to nurses.
So that would be going directly to the nurse who ordered it?
It would be going to anyone that accessed that patient's record at that time.
Okay. So I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit F. What is that, sir?
This component right here is the refrigerator section of a Pyxis, and then this component right here is the other cabinet portion of the Pyxis.
All right, and I've got some different viewpoints for you. State's Exhibit 15G. What does that show?
So again, this would be the refrigerated section. We're obviously looking at it from the other side now, and these are the two now cabinet sections, and that is the Pyxis touchscreen.
State's Exhibit 15H.
Again, refrigerated Pyxis cabinet, the two non-refrigerated cabinets, keyboard, touchscreen.
And the keyboard, is that where the nurse would place the order?
No. machine, keyboard, and then a secondary dispensing cabinet, the refrigerator, and the 2 storage units.
Now, I see in this picture there's a second computer. Would that be where the nurse would order it events from?
I honestly do not know about that. If that's what you're referring to, the second computer, I'm not sure what happened.
But this one attached to the fitness unit is where they would do their right?
Yeah.
Okay. And those photographs that I just showed you, those are showing the fitness machines in the same similar condition as you use in a Mount Carmel.
Correct.
All right, let's start where we just finished with Rebecca Walls. All right?
Okay.
So I'm going to show you again 13B. Page number, then I'll go down. Let's talk about that fentanyl order. What date again was this placed?
It was placed on November 19th, 2018.
And there was some talk yesterday about the size of the vials. Tell me about this vial size here.
Just looking off of this order, it doesn't really specifically say which file size it was pulled from, but typically what stock in the cases machine were 100 micrograms per 2 ml vial.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Yeah.
Maybe it messed up because I think
This is 20, this one's 28.
28, I'm sorry, 28, okay. Mr. Dresbach, I'm showing what's been marked for identification of State's Exhibit 2080. Can you identify that for us?
Yes, that is a vial of fentanyl used 100 micrograms per 2 ml.
Okay, and would that be what that medication is dispensed in?
Yes.
blood.
Oh, no, I'm fine. Thank you.
All right, so what was the total dosage of fentanyl ordered for Rebecca Walls at this time?
At this time, the total dosage is 1,000 micrograms.
How many vials did that take?
That would take 10 of those vials.
And let's talk about the bedazzling. What type of drug is bedazzling?
This is benzodiazepine.
Okay, and we also heard it called Versed, I believe?
That's its brand name.
All right, what was ordered as far as the bedazzling and Versed?
2 milligrams.
And how many milligrams are in a vial on this, do you know?
There are actually multiple streets of Versed available. They come in either 2 milligrams for 2 ml or 5 milligrams for 5 ml.
Okay. You rejected this order. Why?
This order came through after an incident that happened in October,
Okay.
where we became aware that there were high doses of fentanyl and benzodiazepines used in a powder ventilation withdrawal. So on advisement of proceeding forward after that, whenever we saw in these orders, we were asked to try to reject and clarify, and that's what I did.
Okay, so you rejected, what did you do after you rejected this?
I believe I called the front station to the MICU first, and got no response. So then I tried to call the back station of the MICU, and then still got no response, which isn't unusual. They're a very busy area. And then, before I could do anything further, I received a phone call from the ER.
Okay. And this kind of lays the groundwork. How many people work the night shift?
Myself, one other pharmacist, and 2 technicians at the pharmacy.
And you're responsible for the entire hospital?
Yes.
Is it unusual for you to get called in multiple hours?
Oh, not at all.
All right, so you get called by the ER, do you know how long that took you?
5-10 minutes. There's basically an issue with trying to determine appropriate antibiotics for patients that have multiple allergies. So we were working through that, and then getting the orders started so we could send.
All right, so when you get back to your desk, what do you do then?
Well, I haven't fully left the desk because I'm right there with my computer and the phone. So when I hung up with that, I probably rechecked the queue to see if anything stat had come through. and then we've gone back in to work on those orders.
Okay, what did you find when you rechecked the
These have switched from my rejected status to a completed status, these two orders.
So show me what you would have seen at this point, what would have come up to tell you that?
Well, again, these are different than how they appear in the queue. In the queue, they're like a one-line item thing, but instead of rejected around the order, it would say completed.
All right, now I see on this part, going down the bottom where it now says you verified, reviewed your name, what time is that date?
That is November 19, 2018 at 01:31.
And that would be typically what we call the retrospective review, am I correct?
In this case, yeah, because the medication now has been given and completed without my authorization, because I rejected it previously.
Does you marking that as verified after the fact mean you have approved it?
No.
What does that mean?
In this instance, with this system, you only have one function to move an order essentially onto the queue, especially once it's been completed, and that is the verify function.
Okay.
So whether you are prospectively approving the order or just retrospectively removing the order from the queue, you have to use the verify function.
Okay. Why did you reject this initially? 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl and the 10 milligrams of hydrochloroquine? Why did you reject it?
Well, I wanted to call and find out what the indication was for prior to approving and dispensing the medication.
All right. So you weren't able to get a hold of anybody.
No.
Did you after that find out what it was for?
Yes,
What did you find out?
that they had used it in a palliative mental withdrawal.
If you had known that, so let's say you called and got a hold of them, what would you have done with the order?
It depended on how our conversation went. Obviously, my intention would be to try to get the order, the dosage reduced to something I was more comfortable with based on my experience. But since it didn't happen, I can't tell you what would happen next if we couldn't reach an agreement.
Okay, that's fair. Was that the end of this with your calls?
No.
What did you do next?
Again, pursuant to the incident that happened in October, where we were asked to note and escalate anything else that occurred, I wrote and sent an email to our operations manager, Randy Mons.
And do you recall what date you sent that email on?
It should have been November 19, 2018.
All right, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as case exhibit 20A. Can you write down the date for it?
Yes. This would be said email.
All right, what's the purpose of sending this email to Randy Mons?
The purpose of sending the email to Randy was to try to get some continued traction on what to do in the future when these orders pop up. Also, when I was going through and writing the email, I noticed some things that bothered me with how the medications were being removed from the Fixus and basically using the override function. And in this instance, the medications were even administered, though I had rejected the orders.
Okay, so I'm going to take this down for a minute,
Okay.
and then we'll get back to it. I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as case exhibit 24M. Can you tell us what this is?
This appears to be a Fixus activity log.
All right, and this is for which patient?
Rebecca Walls.
So this will be the same one we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay. In the last column, what does that mean to you?
Over here all the way to the right, that is whether or not a medication was removed using the override function.
All right, so let's go to where that order was placed, the last, one of the last pages. Okay, so it's actually the very last page. So tell us what your concern is with how this is done, what raised your concern?
Well, first, you can see that the medication, the fentanyl, there's the dose, the 1,000 micrograms, 10 vials, and it was removed on override. And then beneath it is the midazolam 10 milligrams, which required 5 vials. Again, removed on override. So the override function is intended to be used in emergency situations. In my opinion, an out-of control.
Okay. I sustain the objection, let's ask him a question.
Based upon your experience as a palliative withdrawal emergency,
An emergency, no.
okay, what, anything else that raised your concern?
The individual that withdrew the medications, I have to refer back to the email to be certain, I don't believe it's the same individual that administered the medications.
Okay, so what's the individual who withdrew it here?
Here is Gordon Blair.
All right, I'm not sure that go back to 13B. Who placed, what nurse was involved as far as this shows us?
It appears that it was entered electronically signed by Wesley Black.
So what raises your concern about this?
Well, now we have a compromised chain of custody for the narcotic, the fentanyl and the Versed. One individual has removed them via override from the cabinet, and another person is documenting that they're giving it. I have no idea what happened in between.
Okay, so going back to your email, 20A, and that's the email of November 19th, 2018. Who's Randal?
He was the operations manager at Mount Carmel West.
And why are you emailing him regarding this?
I felt that ultimately the things that I were addressing in the email, the misuse of the override function, the 2 individuals handling narcotics without a clear chain of custody, those were all things that fell under Randy's purview.
Okay, and what were your concerns that you related to Mr. Dr. Miles? Is it Mr. or Dr.? I'm sorry.
Doctor,
Dr. Miles, what were the concerns regarding this?
I was concerned that there could be potential drug diversion.
Okay,
I was concerned that there may need to be re-education about the proper use of the override function. And then I had concerns about the doses on both medications that were being used in that scenario.
and what were your concerns about the doses that were being used in this one?
They seemed high to me.
Okay. So you passed that up the chain of command, and there's a email back from Dr. Miles, he refers to a voice report.
Correct.
Voice report.
A voice is an acronym, I do not know what it stands for, that we use internally that allows anyone to report a medication or medical error within the hospital or near error. So anything from labs drawn on the wrong patient to medications administered on the wrong patient, those types of things could be filed via a voice report.
Okay, so anything that's a problem, am I getting that correct?
Yeah, that maybe needs addressed.
And before I take this off, State Exhibit 28, is that a true and accurate copy of the email that you sent?
Yes.
That kept in the normal course of Mount Carmel business?
Yes.
And Dr. Miles' response again, true and accurate copy of what you received?
Yes.
Kept in the normal course of Mount Carmel business?
Yes.
You know, obviously, we're here about some specific patients, and you have, as the night pharmacist, had some involvement with some of the other patients and victims we're concerned about. I want to talk to you about a few of them specifically, and the first would be Joanne Belisari. All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 1B. Move it up, move it down. What patient is this regarding, sir?
Joanne Belisari.
And going on to the second page of that, again regarding the same patient,
Yes, Joanne Belisari.
and I want to talk about this top order. Tell us about that.
Before you get to the question, are you able to see that? a little small print.
What else do we need? See what I can do without making any already wrote. That better? All right, maybe, right? Yeah, maybe. All right. Tell us what date this order was placed, sir.
This order was placed on May 4th, 2015 at 03:36 a.m.
And who was it placed by?
It appears Dr. Husel.
All right, what medication was he ordering at this time?
This was fentanyl,
And what was the full dosage that was ordered?
200 micrograms.
All right, now, the other one we saw was 1,000, this is 200. Did that strike you as anything unusual?
No,
Why?
200 micrograms is an acceptable dose in the ICU. They're the ones I'm pushing.
All right, did you verify this prospectively or retrospectively?
This would appear to be a prospective verification.
All right, tell us what says that.
I reviewed and signed it at 03:40. Sorry, that's wrong. I reviewed and signed it at 03:43, and they, actually, I guess I misspoke. This may have been a retrospective one, because if I had signed it at 03:43, but it was completed at 03:38, that meant the medication had to have been administered prior to my approving the order.
Okay. All right, then I want to switch to the last page of this. And again, same patient?
Yes, Danielle, sorry.
All right, let's talk about this, and let's see if I can get this right. Rocuronium. Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. That's ROCURONIUM.
Yes.
What type of drug is this, sir?
This is a paralytic.
Okay, explain to us what that is, please.
It paralyzes basically the muscles within the patient's body, rendering them in a state where they cannot move at all.
What's this used for?
Typically, this would be used during intubation,
Okay.
or if a patient was on a ventilator and needed to be paralyzed because they were not compliant with the ventilator.
All right, and who placed this order and on what date and time?
Order physician is Dr. William Husel, and the order date time is May 5th, 2015 at 22:46.
And can you tell us whether this is a prospective verification or a retrospective verification?
Looking at the information on this would have been a retrospective verification, because the order was entered at 22:46, completed at 22:50, but then signed by myself at 22:51.
All right, another patient I believe you have some involvement with would have been James Timmons, not Jack James. All right, I'm going to show you what's in Barclays State's Exhibit 11C. 11C, move it up a little bit, and then can you tell us what patient this is regarding?
Yes, James Nick Timmons.
All right, I'm going to turn the page. And I want to talk about the one at the bottom. Can you tell us what this is about?
This is an order for fentanyl, 100 micrograms, IV push every hour as needed for agitation. So this is a very typical order that you would see in the ICU where the patient appears to be in pain or exhibiting signs of pain or agitation. You can give this dose every hour as needed.
That's 100 micrograms.
That's 100 micrograms.
All right, now I notice on this one, it says that order status discontinued. What does that mean?
For that field, at this time, this order would be discontinued, so no longer active.
All right, now I'm going to turn to the next verification?
Yes, I signed it at 0:13 on October 23rd, 2018.
Based upon that, can you tell us whether that was a prospective or a retrospective verification?
This one appears to be prospective because I verified it 13 minutes after midnight, and it was completed at 16 minutes after midnight on the same date.
Okay. And the bottom one shows a fentanyl additive for 2,000 micrograms. What's a fentanyl additive?
So this is an order for an IV continuous infusion.
Okay.
So this is 2,000 micrograms of fentanyl and 200 mLs of sodium chloride. All of this stuff in the middle basically is stating that this patient needs this fentanyl infusion to remain sedate and unagitated while I presume they're on the ventilator. Again, not at all an uncommon order to see in an ICU.
All right, and when you say it's an infusion, explain to us, lay people, what that means.
So if you watch a movie or a TV show, you see them hook up an IV and then it runs through the tubing, that's an infusion versus an IV push where you just have it in a syringe and you inject it.
And this type of infusion, how long would that last?
This type of infusion can last indefinitely. It is strictly based on the needs of the patient. So the rate that it runs in can fluctuate based on the state of the patient.
Okay, and I see the word titrate or titration. What does
That's what
that
that
mean?
means.
That's what that means?
Yeah, titration means you adjust the rate based on the patient's clinical presentation.
Okay. And then the last page for Mr. Timmons, talk about this one for us.
Actually, the top one.
Yes.
Okay, this is midazolam or Versed, 2 milligrams, IV push every 1 hour. Routine is needed for agitation. Again, this pretty much will always go with someone who's on a fentanyl trip. Because if someone is being treated for pain or on a ventilator, they also need to be sedated. And Versed is your sedative agitation.
Okay, now we've heard the term synergistic effect. What is that?
The synergistic effect would be when you give medication A and you expect it to do one thing, medication B, you expect it to do one thing, but given together, the two generate an effect greater than either one separate. So the sum is greater than its parts.
All right. And we've heard that used in relationship to using opiates and benzodiazepines together. Tell us about that.
Well, opiates are more for pain relief, and the benzodiazepines are more for a sedative factor, but both have CNS effects. So when used together, you would expect a synergistic effect on the central nervous system. So
CNS
things like
effects. What's that?
CNS effects. So the one most commonly associated with those agents is respiratory depression.
Okay. So giving them together could make that worse.
Yes, we could make that worse.
There was some talk about Lexicomp. What is Lexicomp?
So Lexicomp is a drug resource database that is available. It's extremely helpful. It contains common dosages for various disease states and diagnoses. It contains the information about how drugs are commonly prepared and available, side effects, just about anything you would want to know about a medication, you can find it.
Have you ever accessed it?
Yes.
How is it available to you?
I have it on my phone. It's available through mobile devices. It is also available on Mount Carmel's intranet on their homepage through the pharmacy department section or through the library section. You can access Lexicomp.
All right, so I'm going to show you what the mark for identifications is 26A, 26AA, and move it down. What is this?
This appears to be a printout from Lexicomp regarding fentanyl.
Okay. And have you seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us, what is important about this to you?
Well, what is up on the screen right now, these are black box warnings, which are the most serious warnings that the FDA requires on a medication. So you can see them listed, life-threatening respiratory depression, addiction, abuse, and misuse, accidental exposure, cyclone, people with repeat interactions, which is a metabolism issue, and neonatal opioid withdrawal syndrome. And then it continues on. Risk from concomitant use with benzodiazepine or other CNS suppressants, risk of medication errors, and the REMS program.
I want to go back up to the risk of concomitant use of benzodiazepine or other CNS suppressants. First off, what does it mean when it says other CNS suppressants?
It could refer to opiates, any medication that is known to suppress the central nervous system. These are the two main classes that come to mind.
Ibuprofen?
Yes, that's an opiate.
Okay. What is the risk with those two together, according to Lexicomp?
According to Lexicomp, together they would have a larger impact on central nervous system suppression than either one alone. So a synergistic effect.
Okay. And this is several pages long, so when you turn it, what is the rest of this about? Maybe it'd be easier just to hand it to you to kind of summarize it for us.
Objection, Your Honor. Don't be summarizing lexicon.
I would, you want to shut up and then you ask questions.
Sure.
This narrative is inappropriate.
Can you tell us what other information you draw from Lexicomp that's important to you in your job?
Well, the dosing information, Lexicomp provides dosing information for various disease states and diagnoses for adjustments needed in renal or hepatic or liver failure, doses for pediatrics, neonates, any sort of dosing information would be found in here.
That's for fentanyl specifically.
Yeah, it can be for any drug Lexicomp, but one can be for fentanyl specifically.
Does it address its usage in palliative withdrawal?
Let's see. That particular state does not appear to be addressed under their dosing in that.
All right. Mr. Dresbach, I'm going to show you a mark-for identification as Exhibit 26A. There's a number for you. Can you tell us what this is, sir?
This is an IV guideline which was used at Mount Carmel to give you basic guidance on common doses and strengths for medications.
All right, and this is regarding what medication?
This medication is fentanyl.
All right, what is this used for, sir?
Again, it's used for analgesia, so pain relief.
Okay. And what is the recommended dose pursuant to Mount Carmel's guidelines?
Again, for their guidelines, 25 to 100 micrograms for an IV push. And then this is the continuous infusion, and you can see, again, the word titrate, which means you can adjust the rate by 25 microgram increments every 15 minutes to a range of 25 to 300 micrograms per hour.
Okay, and in the last row at the bottom, what does this mean?
Over here,
Yes.
okay, onset is the time in minutes, so 2 to 3 minutes that you would expect to see pain relief once the medication was given. Peak, 5 to 10 minutes, is the time you expect from the medication being administered that you see its full effect or maximum effect in peak. Duration is how long you expect those effects to last, and half-life is roughly how long it takes the average person to eliminate half of the drug from their body.
And I see it says 1/2018. What does that signify to you?
This would mean it was the version that was posted as of January 2018.
All right, and I'm going to turn the page. And I may have to leave this up because it's very tall. Okay, and again, same medication.
Yes.
And I know you just looked at it. Anything you see that's changed significantly?
again, with any medications, there are sometimes considerations you have to take based on the patient population. Sometimes you have to be more, sometimes you have to be less. The elderly are typically more susceptible to the CNS effects of these medications than, say, a younger person.
And this going back to the 2016 date, the same thing as noted on this one.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at, all right, this page looks a little bit different. Tell me about this. And this is 2018, it looks like.
So this is specifically for use of fentanyl and procedural sedation.
Okay?
So this would be an instance where, say, someone had a dislocated shoulder, something where you needed to sedate them and not necessarily put them to sleep to the point that they required ventilation.
Okay.
So these would be the recommended dosages for procedures such as that.
Okay. Turning the page again. This is 2018, that looks like the prior page.
Yes.
Okay? 2018 looks similar to the prior page again, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay? Oh, one more page, it looks like. This would be, again, fentanyl, I have 5/2015, so that would be the date for this one?
Yeah.
All right. Anything substantially different between this one and the last one we looked at you see?
The half-life column is missing over here under onset peak and duration, but that's the only thing that jumps out without being able to compare it side by side.
Okay, and explain the half-life to me, so this I make sure I get this.
So the half-life measures the time it takes for half of the drug administered to be eliminated from the body. So if I give you 100 milligrams of something, and 2 hours later, 50 of it was gone, and then half-life is 2 hours.
Okay. Mr. Dresbach, does this appear to be 26A, a true and accurate copy of those policies regarding fentanyl?
Yes.
Kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Where can you access this at if you're a Mount Carmel employee?
Those are available online through Mount Carmel Intranet. Again, usually under pharmacy, with the tabs and IV guidelines, and we'll put those up there.
All right, I want to talk to you about another patient. And this is what's marked as Exhibit 2C. And can you tell us what patient this is regarding?
This is patient Ryan Hayes.
All right, let's talk about the top order here. Tell us about that.
This is an order for fentanyl, ordered by Dr. Husel, 1,000 micrograms, IV once, routine. It was placed at 2253 on April 3rd, 2017.
And when was it completed, sir?
It was completed at 2257, April 3rd, 2017.
All right, and how was this order placed as far as routine, ASAP, that?
Routine.
All right, and did you verify this order?
I verified this order, but it wasn't until 2258, which was a minute after it was completed.
All right, and who placed this order?
It appears it was entered by Schroyer
And what doctor?
under Dr. Husel.
All right. And let's talk about the one underneath. What is this?
This is hydromorphone for Dilaudid. It's an opiate. 10 milligrams, IV push, once, routine. Again, the order entered on April 3rd, 2017 at 2253 under Dr. Husel and entered by Schroyer.
And again, you verified it, was it retrospectively or prospectively?
one is for sure retrospectively. This one, the timestamps are identical.
Okay, so that's a little bit harder to tell as far as it goes.
Yes.
Okay. Would the Texas activity law tell you that?
The Texas activity laws will tell me when they remove medications, but nothing more.
All right, so let's look at that. That means it's 2020. All right, so this has been marked, Mr. Dresbach, as Playable B. Can you tell us what patient this is for?
The patient is Ryan Hayes,
All right, and again, just to verify, the last column shows what?
overrides.
All right, so let's look at the order. All right, now this one looks a little different than the last one we saw. I'm going to find where it starts. Okay. Again, which patient is this?
Ryan Hayes.
And who's taking this out of the Texas?
Well, depending on which road we're talking about.
Yeah, right down there, we'll start with that one.
Okay, Schroyer Redmond.
Okay, I'm gonna move this over just a little bit. Tell us, if we're looking at that next last line here, tell us what's going on here.
So in this line, it would appear at 2244 on April 3rd, 2017. Schroyer Redmond went in under patient Ryan Hayes and removed one 100 microgram vial of fentanyl via the override.
What about the line underneath that?
The line underneath that is the same thing on April 3rd, 2017 at 2244. Schroyer Redmond went under patient Ryan Hayes and removed one 100 microgram vial of fentanyl via the override.
So that's two vials this week.
That's the vial.
All right, let's turn the page. All right, next page, and let's start at the top. What happened next?
So, again, April 3rd, 2017, at 2244, Schroyer Redmond, the same patient, Ryan Hayes, removed another one vial of 100 mic fentanyl via the override.
All right, keep going.
Underneath, the exact same thing, same timestamp, same patient, same drug, 100 mics, one vial of fentanyl.
Okay, and under that?
Again, same thing, same timestamp, 2244, Schroyer Redmond, patient is Ryan Hayes, one 100 mic vial of fentanyl via override.
Okay. Then what?
Then, it looks as though at 2245, Schroyer Redmond, again under the patient Ryan Hayes, removed one 2 milligram vial of hydromorphone via override.
And next?
Next, same thing, same time, 2245, Schroyer Redmond, under the patient Ryan Hayes, removed one 2 milligram vial of hydromorphone via override.
Okay, and after that?
After that, same scenario, same timestamp, same patient, same nurse. Again, one 2 milligram vial of hydromorphone.
And under that?
Under that, another instance at 2245, Schroyer Redmond appears to remove under Ryan Hayes, one 2 milligram vial of hydromorphone.
We'll move it up. And the last line on this page?
The last line indicates the same again, same timestamp, same nurse, same patient. One 2 milligram vial of hydromorphone via override.
So I got 5 vials, I'm counting that are hydromorphine at this point.
Correct.
Let's turn the page, because I don't think 5 is not going to be about the same that was ordered.
Well, that was a different drug, hydromorphone versus.
Right, but the 5 you originally
Oh,
said.
fentanyl? Correct.
All right, so let's keep going, because we know we're missing 5 more vials, right? Was it 2245-24?
The last file of Packard Warburton was 2245-24. The last file of Fentanyl by Court Redmond that I've seen so far is 2244.
Okay, so this first one drawn by Tyler Turner is about a minute later.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, what happens after that?
After that, another file of fentanyl, one file, one night, the override was removed by Tyler Turner or Ryan Hayes. And then after that, it appears the exact same thing, same content, Tyler Turner taken as Ryan Hayes, one 100-night file of fentanyl.
After that?
Again, the same process. And again, the same process. Another vial, one vial of 100 night fentanyl drawn.
All right. It goes on for a revenue again, what happens after that? After these 10 vials of fentanyl are pulled, what happens then?
Okay, so, well, at least by the activity log, it looks like Schroyer and then goes in at 2245, removes one 2 milligram vial of Brissett under Ryan Hayes, and then,
How did you do that?
oh, we are right.
Okay, and then next?
And the next, 2245, Schroyer President, under Station Ryan Hayes, would remove one 2 milligram vial of midazolam via override.
Next?
The same thing, 2245, for Redmond, under Ryan Hayes, remove one 2 milligram vial of midazolam via override.
Do that for you. And the last row?
And then the last row is again, 2245, for Redmond, under patient Ryan Hayes, remove one 2 milligram vial of midazolam via override.
So I'm saying at this point, 4 vials of that one?
Yes, on this page, that's equal.
Turn the page and keep going, sir, please.
Okay, at the top, 2245, for Redmond, under patient Ryan Hayes, remove one more vial of 2 milligram Versed or midazolam under override.
All right, so I'm going to stop you here. So at this point, we have 5 vials of midazolam, 5 of hydromorphine, and 10 of fentanyl,
Correct.
and that's the order you received.
Those are the ingredients.
And you verified them retrospectively,
Yes,
because they've already been given.
yes.
Can you keep going with this? What happens next at 2302?
At 2302, Schroyer and the patient Ryan Hayes withdrew one 100-night vial of fentanyl via override.
Next.
And then the same thing again at 2302, Schroyer.
I'm sorry, slow down just a little bit.
Sorry. Under the patient Ryan Hayes, removed another vial of 100 nights fentanyl via override.
After that,
2302, Schroyer, under the patient Ryan Hayes, removed another vial of 100 micrograms of fentanyl via override.
after that,
After that, at 2302, Schroyer, under Ryan Hayes, removed one 2 milligram vial of hydromorphone via override.
and keep going.
And then again at 2302, Schroyer, under the patient Ryan Hayes, removed one more 2 milligram vial of hydromorphone via override. 2302, Schroyer, under the patient Ryan Hayes, removed one more vial of 2 milligram hydromorphone via override. And at 2302, Schroyer, under the patient Ryan Hayes, removed one
No, I'm good, thank you.
Back down.
You missed Schroyer. You missed Schroyer.
You allowed him in?
It's a public courtroom.
Uh-huh.
It's a public courtroom.
I understand.
That's your saying, Jose.
By the way. I'm gonna make you wear one of these wool robes.
No, I'm sure it is fine
Yeah.
for those of you in suits and robes. Can I look in here, Josh? Okay, what are you looking for? Oh.
Here, there's some up here.
I might have.
They got snaps and everything. Ain't a big deal. They're just collected off of docks. She brought the big bars.
I know, I'm trying to stay out of the big bars.
Well, it's written on it, so we need to.
I feel sorry for her kids, man. She wiped out their candy selection. All over our dental bills. Sometimes I forget about having young ones around.
Oh my gosh. Have I told you my boyfriend has a 6-year-old? That's been very enlightening.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to become a parent again.
Well, I mean, I've never had been married, so.
I have 3 lovely kids. And even though my son's a bit of a pretty boy,
It's really just assembling them, there's no cost.
do.
Unless it's Cuban coffee, that won't crack it down.
They won't let me make coffee around this place. I believe Juan Valdez should talk to you every morning.
You asked the witness if she needs water,
Do you need anything as far as more water or anything?
No, I'm good. Thank you. No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and get them lined up? Do.
The dogs are barking at our old lab was up yesterday. Usually I'm saying, where are they? Get out.
Yeah, that's the thing about dogs, they don't understand beacons.
No, but my husband's got.
I didn't do it with the whole chicken. So I got the cheapest chicken I could find, like my orders. I just threw in a 10-pound bag. And put some chicken broth in there, cooked it. And then I just was able to take the forks and get all the bones out. I cooked like 2 cups of rice, mixed it in, put it on the batch. I had them in the cooler in the freezer.
She's lining them up. You gonna be done this morning?
Yeah, yeah. We're winding down.
She seems more entertaining too.
Might get more than one.
Maybe.
Sorry, it's just me.
We were doing the same thing yesterday, figuring out at this rate, we're gonna be.
I was doing that day one. We used to put those down there, but some guy one day had the box on. And you very well can't take them back. Kind of defeats the purpose.
Absolutely.
Hey Sam, did I tell them what we were gonna do up there tomorrow? Did I tell the jury what was gonna happen tonight? About the glass? No, I talked to them about it. They do enjoy each other's company, that's for sure. Y'all can be seated. I hope y'all had a great break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna take 1 second. You're gonna notice a change in the back row tomorrow. Okay, we're gonna shorten those blasts down so it doesn't go as high as it is right now. I can't take it all the way down, but I've, how should I say, cheated as much as I could to get them down so that it gives you a little bit more noise coming up, okay? So don't be shocked tomorrow that you see a line like in front of you, okay? With that, Ms. Swanson, ready to continue?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
All right, and we ended on this page with the last one, Mr. Dresbach, of April 3rd, 2017 at 23:02:27, 2 milligrams of hydromorphine, override. So let's keep going on the next page, please, sir.
What is the question, Your Honor?
I'm asking him to read the next page.
Okay, I thought you were asking to explain the line.
Can you explain the next line, please, sir?
At 23:02, Nurse Tyler Springer, under the patient of Ryan Hayes, removed 1 vial of 2 milligram hydromorphone via override.
The next line?
23:02, Tyler Springer, under the patient of Ryan Hayes, removed 1 vial of 2 milligram midazolam via override.
Next line?
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I know this went on for a long time, but I think now at this point, he's just reading the document, which speaks for itself. If there's certain things within it, the prosecutor would like to explain, no objection to that, but just reading it?
I can certainly ask additional questions.
Okay.
How many more midazolams were drawn via override in this page, Your Honor, sir?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 5
Okay.
more vials.
All via override?
Yeah, all via override.
All right, I'm going to just move it up a little bit so you can get the last line. How many more vials of fentanyl were drawn via override?
It appears 3.
So 3 more. Okay, all via override also?
Yes, it appears all via override.
All right, and let's look at the last page. How many more vials of fentanyl?
4, all via override.
And what times were those vials of fentanyl pulled?
Those all 4 appear to have been pulled at 23:05.
All right, now I'm going to go back just briefly. So This is what you said your order consisted of, these 10 vials.
10 vials, correct,
These 10 vials you did not see.
correct.
All right. So that
Okay,
would have,
hold on. Just for the record, there are 10 of the, initially there were 10 up, and then they added the additional, I can't count it from here. the way it's
10, Your
set,
Honor.
10 more vials that were previously introduced for demonstrative purposes. Okay?
So
I'm
that
just
would-
making record, because they don't
yes,
know.
Your
what's-
Honor, I
that's all.
apologize. Thank you very much. All right, so going back to State's Exhibit 2C regarding what patient, sir?
Ryan Hayes,
All right. I want to talk about this last order on this page.
okay.
What time and date was it placed?
This bottom order was placed at 23:15 on April 3rd, 2017.
All right. For how much fentanyl?
1,000 micrograms.
And just going down to the pharmacist, that's not you.
The pharmacist, no, that is not me.
Doctor who placed it?
Dr. Husel.
All right, so that would be those other 10 vials of fentanyl.
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yep.
Tech issue. They can have all this wonderful technology, but the batteries are still the same problem. So, how are we doing there, Madam Court Reporter?
I'm good, thank you.
Is it working? Oh, you don't have it in your ear?
No.
Okay. Okay. You may continue now.
All right, Mr. Dresbach, you retrospectively verified these 10 vials of fentanyl, plus the 5 of hydromorphine and 5 of midazolam.
Correct.
Why didn't you bring that to anybody's attention at that time in April of 17?
Because if I remember correctly, this was the first time I had encountered the 1,000 microgram dose, and my initial thought was that someone had accidentally put a 0 in too many, so instead of 100, it said 1,000. And I had called and spoke to, I don't know if it was the nurse that put the order in or removed it, but just asked them to change the order because my assumption was they had put too many zeros in. And they said no, that was the correct amount, that they had already pulled and given that medication because they were working on the patient in the room. And then I just verified that indeed, like Dr. Husel was aware that that was the amount that was pulled and given, and they said yes.
Were you advised it was for a palliative withdrawal at that time?
No, not at that time.
If you had been, would that have concerned you?
It would have been concerning, yes.
Now, come Rebecca Walls, the order was for 10 vials of fentanyl, 1,000 micrograms.
Correct.
Plus the, I want to say, am I correct, midazolam?
Yes.
You did move that up the chain. Tell us what led to that decision.
Well, again, after the incident that happened in October, we were advised to watch for those and escalate them up the chain if we encountered them. And so clearly, here was an instance that I didn't know what it was being used for, so I rejected the order until I could find out. Then the order gets administered and completed, and then if you go into the chart, I could see a note in there that there was a plan for a palliative extubation at this point, but it wasn't necessarily documented if it had happened yet or not. So that's when my assumption was that's what it was used for. Ultimately, even beyond that, I was concerned about the fact that people were overriding at one time such high doses, and then on top of it, one person was removing them and another person was apparently giving them.
Now, you've talked a few times about this October incident. Tell us what you know about that.
So it was in late October. I was working with the other pharmacist, who was Talon at the time.
Okay.
And
Talon, what's his last name?
Schroyer.
Okay, go
Schroyer.
ahead.
He received a phone call, and I have no idea about what time it was, but I wasn't on the phone call. I could just hear his end of the conversation. And he sounded like concerned and was asking some clarifying questions about doses and all. Anyhow, when he hung up, he had said that they had
Objection, Your Honor,
pulled.
as to what he said.
Okay. What was your understanding of the situation at that time?
That a large number of narcotic vials had been removed from Pyxis and administered to a patient, and there appeared to be no corresponding order.
Okay. And from that, was that where the order came, or the instructions came for you to move any other type of orders up the chain of command?
Yes,
And that's why you did that along with your concerns?
yes.
Was this, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 20A, email November 19th, 2018. Was that the last email you had sent out with concerns about this?
No, it was not.
What happened next?
On November 21st, I became aware that sometime on, I believe November 20th, on an evening shift, there had been a palliative extubation in the ICU. And again, they had withdrawn a large number of fentanyl vials out for that palliative extubation.
All right, now you indicated you became aware. How did you become aware of this?
I received a phone call from a nurse in the ICU that they couldn't obtain fentanyl from the Pyxis machine that they were nearest. So I advised them to go to the other machine until I could find a technician that was free to refill the machine. And they said, no, both machines are out. They did a palliative
Objection, Your
extubation.
Honor, it's hearsay.
Your Honor, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, only to show what he did next.
I'll permit it for that purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, you're only to consider as to why he did something. As to the statement, whether it's true or not, you can't consider that here. Okay?
Okay, so go on, to finish what they were telling you and what you did next.
She
Okay,
advised me,
Let's,
I'm sorry.
you walk right back to where we were a minute ago. Let's
Okay.
re-ask the question.
Excuse me. You told them to go, you told the nurse to go get the rest of it, get it from the other Pyxis machine, and they said they couldn't. What was the rest of that conversation?
that both machines were now depleted because they had been used on a patient earlier in the evening.
Okay. What did you do from there, sir?
So from there, I had suspected, I knew who the patient might be because I had a pneumatic tube that came down.
Okay.
That's how we deliver drugs throughout the hospital.
Okay.
That was full of medications for this patient, and the patient was expired. So I just asked, was it this particular patient? And they said yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Again, just being offered to show what he did next, Your Honor.
For that purpose, it'll be omitted.
Okay. They said yes. What happened next?
So I went into that patient's profile to see what was ordered and what had been administered, and that's when I found that I believe it was 2,000 mics of fentanyl, and I'm not sure how much Versed may have been on it, had been pulled and administered to that patient.
So 2,000 mics, again, would be 20 vials of fentanyl.
Yes, of those vials, yes.
So again, we have 20 vials up here. All right, and what was this patient's name, sir?
The last name was Penix. I don't recall the first name.
Melissa Penix, sound familiar?
Melissa Penix does sound familiar.
Okay. What did you do from there?
From there, I gathered the same information I had gathered 2 nights before on the Rebecca Walls. So the nurse involved, Times meds were pulled, Times meds were administered, and I essentially copied my previous email and amended what information needed to be amended. So no longer referred to Rebecca Walls, but referred to Melissa Penix, and then sent that email to Randy.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 20B. Can you please identify that for us, Mr. Dresbach?
This is the second email referring to Melissa Penix.
And what date did you send that on, sir?
November 21st, 2018.
And again, this would be the one regarding Melissa Penix and the information you had gathered.
Yes.
What concerns you about this incident?
Well, now we have an issue where, in this instance, the medications were removed. Well, you can see here, the medications were removed from the Pyxis 15 minutes before orders were even entered. So someone was removing that kind of quantity of fentanyl and Versed without even orders being present. So that was concerning because there's a large opportunity there for drug diversion. On top of that, now the dose was from 1,000, we're now at 2,000. So I felt like just 48 hours ago, I was in this exact same situation, and now I'm in it again, and I'm still waiting for some sort of clarification or instruction from administration on what we should be doing, because obviously the meds are freely available and being removed and administered.
All right. And when you looked into this, these meds were removed via override also?
I believe so. Well, if they're removed 15 minutes before orders are even put in, they would have to be. There's
Okay.
no other way to remove meds.
And you indicate that in your email?
Let's see. I don't know that I used the word override anywhere.
I'm going to direct your attention to about halfway through that paragraph, sir, where you talk about removed from Pyxis.
Okay, well, you're compounding a
Oh.
question there.
These meds, I'm sorry, there it is, I missed it. These meds were removed from Pyxis via the override function at 2228 and 2230 for the fentanyl.
So again, you send this to Randal Miles, one of the
Yes.
supervisors, Dr. Miles,
Yes,
and he at least appears, looks like he passed it up the chain of command.
from here, I don't know if he passed it up. It looks like he sent it to our clinical coordinator,
Okay,
Sarah.
all right. 20B, true and accurate copy of that email,
Yes,
kept in the normal course of your business?
yes.
Mr. Dresbach, at any time were you placed on administrative leave during this process?
I was.
Tell us about that.
I was placed on administrative leave, I believe it was March 13th, 2019, and I was on administrative leave until November 13th, 2019.
Were you provided any reason for that?
Just
Objection,
that,
Your Honor. Sorry, trying to do two things at one time. Call for hearsay, if he knows, why were you terminated?
Do you know why you were terminated? You weren't
I
terminated.
wasn't
you were
terminated.
suspended.
Administrative.
Amended.
not a specific reason, no.
And you were ultimately brought back? Did you ever have to talk to a pharmacy board investigator?
I did.
Did anything happen with that?
As far as my license?
Correct.
No,
So you've maintained your employment and no issues with your licensure?
correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr.
Ms.
Dresbach.
Menashe?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
And they're in order, I believe. Yeah.
Let's start with Timmons, Mr. Dresbach.
Okay.
Diane Menashe, on behalf of Dr. Husel. Showing the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 11, page 83, Exhibit 11, page 279, Exhibit 11, 569, and Exhibit, that's it. You were asked a lot of questions questions on direct about any doctors that ever prescribed as much fentanyl. Remember that?
Yes,
Okay. And you work in the pharmacy?
I do.
And would you agree with me that orders for medication placed in the OR never come down to the pharmacy?
I would agree.
So you have no idea what medications are or are not being ordered with respect to fentanyl in the OR, for example?
That is correct.
Showing the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 11, page 279. Mr. Dresbach, does this appear to be an order of medication for patient James Timmons?
Yes, it does.
If you could, I'm directing your attention to ordering physician. Are you familiar with that physician name?
I am not.
You would agree with me that that's not Dr. Husel.
That is not Dr. Husel.
Okay, I want to go to the order details. Could you tell the jury what is being ordered there?
Yes, so the medication is fentanyl, and it looks like 2,494 micrograms.
I'm sorry, it's 14,321.2494 micrograms, right?
Okay, it's hard to see the decimal point on mine, but yes, if that's an entire comma, then 3 digits and a decimal point, then yes,
Okay.
14,321.2494 micrograms.
Because I sat here this morning and looked at all these vials. We were asked about all the vials. I'm not even sure, Mr. Dresbach, if we could fit, if these carry 100 micrograms?
100 micrograms.
So let's take 14,000 micrograms of fentanyl that was ordered by a doctor other than Dr. Husel, right?
Correct.
How many vials would we need up here?
140?
140 vials. And those vials were ordered for patient James Timmons.
That is correct.
Could you tell the jurors the date when that was ordered?
That was ordered on 10/23/2018 at 11:44.
Night shift?
No,
I'm sorry, day shift?
day shift, yes.
Day shift, 14,000, and please go to the discharge date of Mr. Timmons, just the date?
Just the discharge date?
Sure.
October 24th, 2018.
And assuming that this patient died, that would be the date of death. Would you agree with me on that?
I would agree with you on that.
So, the day before that patient died, he received from another doctor more than 14,000 micrograms of fentanyl.
That is what that would indicate, yes.
One of the things when you're reviewing orders to determine their appropriateness is tolerance, is it not?
It is?
So let's talk about James Timmons. Your exhibits, Paula?
They're right up there.
Thank you. Showing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11C, we know that James received 14,000 micrograms of fentanyl the day before he died from a different doctor, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you weren't asked about that on direct, is that right?
That's correct.
But you were asked about this order of fentanyl right here. Do you recall this?
Yes.
Okay. And this order is on 10/22. Would you agree with me on that?
That's when the order was placed? Yes.
Yeah. And how many, tell the jurors how many micrograms that's for.
100.
Okay? Then and the doctor ordering that?
Dr. Husel,
So just 100 micrograms.
just 100 micrograms.
And you were asked about this word discontinue.
Correct?
Isn't it true, though, Mr. Dresbach, that when someone dies, medications are marked as discontinued?
Yes.
So let's go to the second page of State's Exhibit 11C. When you were asked about, actually before we do, just want to make sure. The date on the 11, or the 100 micrograms is 10/22/2018?
Yes.
And the date of death or discharge is
Yes.
10/24. So 2 days later.
2 days later.
Now that second page, that 2,000 microgram that you were asked about, right?
Yes.
Tell the jurors, what date is that ordered?
Order date is October 23rd, 2018.
And the time?
0008, so 8 minutes after midnight.
So 8 minutes into the 23rd day of October, that is ordered, correct?
Correct.
And we know that his date of death is 24 hours later approximately.
Correct.
Also want to go back to this order, State's Exhibit 11C, again, ordering physician Dr. Husel, is a titration.
Yes.
So sometimes the order is calling for a push, and sometimes it's calling for a titration from Dr. Husel.
This order would just be for titrations. So it's an infusion. They can titrate the rate of that infusion.
Right, no, which speaks right there in all caps. Oh, sorry, this is my copy. Speaks here in all caps. It says titration dose. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Okay. And that was for the 2,000 that you were questioned about on your direct examination.
Correct.
And it appears that patient lived for a whole nother day.
Correct.
You were asked a lot of questions about State's Exhibit 26A and 26AA. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And remember, as part of that line of questioning, you talked about the intra database at Mount Carmel and that it's easy to use. You can navigate and look at a lot of different resources.
Yes.
One of those resources is Lexicomp.
Correct.
And you'd agree that there is no maximum dose for fentanyl in Lexicomp with respect to palliative extubation, correct?
I did not recall seeing palliative extubation listed under fentanyl as a disease state in Lexicomp. But there's no maximum dose to fentanyl in Lexicomp.
There's not.
There's not.
Showing the witness what's previously been marked, or what is being marked as Defendant's Exhibit MCP1, MCP2, and MCP3. Because you still work at Mount Carmel.
Yes.
And in your capacity as a pharmacist for 20 plus years, you're familiar with policies and procedures with respect to medications, correct?
Correct.
Showing you what has been marked as MCP, Defendant's Exhibit MCP1. I'm going to go to the page 5 of 5. If you could, Mr. Dresbach, just the date that this appears to have been, the date that it appears here is what year?
2012.
Okay. Does this look familiar to you? Mount Carmel Policy and Procedure?
Yes,
It does.
it does.
I want to take you to paragraph 22 then. Isn't it true that despite you being asked a number of minutes question about these two documents right here in IV guidelines, that in Mount Carmel's own policy, it reads, sometimes particular patient conditions warrant giving medication outside of the IV guideline specifications, i.e. obesity, pain control, intolerant patients, palliative care. Reads
Yes.
that. So Mount Carmel's own policy and procedures say sometimes these don't matter. And one of those times is palliative care.
Correct.
Not just the 2012 guidelines says that. Wouldn't you agree that in fact the updated version of that same policy and procedure, what date does appear to be on this document?
July 28th, 2017.
Does this again just generally look familiar to you as to Mount Carmel policy and procedures with respect to medical administration and self-administration guidelines?
It does look familiar.
MCP 2. This time, though, directing your attention, paragraph 23 again, but it's oriented in a different part of the guidelines. Same language, right, Mr. Dresbach? Sometimes particular patient conditions warrant giving medications outside of the IV guideline specifications, i.e. obesity, pain control, intolerant patients, and palliative care. Right?
Correct.
And then it goes on to say that if the medication written is outside the IV guidelines, go to things like Lexicomp for guidance. Right?
Yes.
But you just testified and told the jury that Lexicomp doesn't include a maximum dosage with respect to palliative care.
No, it does not have a maximum dosage.
And then, showing the witness what's been marked is Mount Carmel Policy 3. Do you recognize generally, again, Mount Carmel palliative care policy and procedure?
Yes.
Palliative ventilator withdrawal. And that's what we're talking about in this case, right?
Correct.
All these cases. Directing your attention to number 2. Appears to say, does it not, symptom management medications will be ordered as medically indicated.
It does.
Doesn't say in compliance with IV guidelines.
No.
Because palliative care is different.
Is that a question?
It is.
Yes.
You talked a lot about overrides. A lot of questions were asked about overrides. And as I was listening to them, it seemed as if the implication is that an override is hiding something. Right? Like the intent is to hide something if someone does an override.
I don't feel that way.
Okay, so why would someone do an override then? Give me the reasons why.
They may do it because they feel they need the medications right now and don't want to wait for a pharmacy to receive an order, review an order, and approve an order.
And in an emergent situation like an ER or ICU, there might be a number of times when that happens, right?
Correct.
Patient over the weight that might suffer, make the patient suffer, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so it's no surprise to you. Are you familiar with the audit that was done on the number of overrides on the ICU floor?
I am not.
There was 3 machines, though, on the ICU floor, right? 3 Pictus machines?
Correct.
And overrides, then, based on your testimony, are for, like, emergency situations.
Correct.
When someone feels that there isn't time to wait, is that fair to say?
When a patient's life is in danger for delay of therapy, yes.
So that, showing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1B. Do you remember being asked questions about this with respect to Joanne Belisari?
Being asked what specifically?
I'll go to it. This order of fentanyl right here that you were asked about on May 4th.
Yes,
Do you remember that? And tell the jurors again how much fentanyl that is.
200 micrograms.
200 micrograms. And you would agree with me, based on the times, that this appeared to be an override.
That based on the times this appeared to be an override, it does appear to be an override.
And so it really serves as a prime example. Let me withdraw. You said 200 is totally normal.
It's a very reasonable dose, yeah.
And it's an override.
And it's an override,
And the doctor is Dr. Husel.
correct?
So the override has nothing to do with the order placed. It has to do with the situation at hand.
Correct.
I want to talk to you now about Ryan Hayes. Just give me a second. Trying to find your exhibit with respect to Ryan Hayes. Thank you. Nope. Got it. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2C. Ryan Hayes is the, I'm just going to generally describe it, is the patient that during your direct examination, there was the 10 vials and the 10 vials, right?
Correct.
And you just testified that an override is for an emergency situation.
Correct.
Would you agree with me that an order sheet doesn't tell much of the whole story as to what's going on in the room?
Absolutely, it does not.
It's just, it tells you who typed something in, right?
Yes,
And the medication order.
correct.
But a medical administration record showing the witness what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2, page 402, 403, and 404. A medical administration record, assuming you know through your experience working as a pharmacist, is a more detailed report that tells the story of when the medications are actually given.
Yes, it's the administration record.
We could go to the top. I just want to confirm this is for Ryan Hayes.
It is.
Okay. And this, again, is this case where you were shown those 10 vials and then shown those other 10 vials that you said you didn't know about.
Correct.
You could look right here to the admin date with respect to the fentanyl. Could you read the date and time of that to the jury?
Yeah, so this item right here, the fentanyl, is on April 3rd, 2017 at 22:57.
And if we can cross-compare, how many micrograms is that for?
It is for 1,000.
And referring you back to the order sheet for Ryan Hayes, fair to say that order for the initial 1,000 was put in as routine.
Yes,
And routine, you testified on your direct, is different from stat and also different from ASAP.
Correct.
Routine withdrawal. So let's go back to this. So the first 1,000 was given at 4/3/2257.
Correct.
Do you agree with me that the pain score is noted as 10?
It is.
And then 2257, it appears that what drug was administered?
At 2257, hydromorphone,
10 milligrams?
10 milligrams.
Same time, what other medication is given?
Midazolam, 10 milligrams.
So that 1,000 plus those other medications that you just named were all given, right, within basically the same time?
That is what that would indicate.
Yeah, and the record indicates pain scores 10.
Correct.
Let's go right down here to the next time you see fentanyl. Tell the jurors what's the date on that
The date down here is April 3rd, 2017.
and the time.
The time is 23:12.
How many minutes after the first 1,000 was given is that?
Let's see, the first 1,000 was given at 22:57, and then the next at 23:12, so 15 minutes?
15 minutes. If you know in the course of being a pharmacist, or do you know that a nurse's obligation is to track pain every 15 minutes? Do you know that?
It would depend on the patient, but yeah, in some patients they do track pain. I don't know, I guess I don't know specifically 15 minutes, no.
Okay, but tracking pain is part of a nurse's job.
Yes, they routinely have to track pain.
So the pain score's 10, and the administration records show that 1,000 was given of fentanyl, correct?
Up here, yes,
Yep, 2257.
yes.
15 minutes later, the pain is reassessed. What does the medical administration record say as to the pain relieved with medication?
It says no, right there.
Patient got 1,000 plus those other meds and is still suffering, according to that record.
According to that record.
So then that takes me back to Ryan Hayes and the order that you were shown and those 10 extra vials you were questioned about. Because isn't it true that the second order of fentanyl for those 1,000, what does it say right here?
Stacked.
Are you familiar with the bad death?
The bad death? I've heard the term, but I can't say I'm exclusively familiar with it, no.
What does it generally mean to you in your
Objection, Your Honor,
experience as
he
a
said
pharmacist?
it doesn't.
Okay, sustained, let's rephrase.
You're familiar with palliative extubations generally in that process, I would assume?
Yes,
And in that type of extubation, things can go wrong.
yes,
And we know that the administration record noted that 1,000 grams or 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl didn't alleviate the pain.
according to that record, no, it did not.
And when you say according to that record, Mr. Dresbach, that's all we have, right? Because we don't have video footage,
Not that I'm aware of.
right? And we don't have still photos of what's going on in these rooms, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And records, while certainly aren't in an ICU setting instantaneously input, it's as good as we've got.
Correct.
So you have nothing to refute that the pain wasn't relieved after 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl.
Correct.
And then the next 1,000 is entered in as a stat.
That is correct.
So it's actually, and then you indicate on your evaluation.
I believe that's what we displayed, yeah.
Yeah. So now that you know more about the picture of what was happening in that room, the fact that you didn't know about those extra 10 vials makes a little more sense, doesn't it?
Well, I wouldn't have known about those extra 10 vials regardless of all this unless I saw the order.
No, that's not my question. Right? The fact that it was an override and put as a stat was because it was emerging.
I would assume. I didn't write the prescription.
You were asked a lot of questions about States Exhibit 24M and 24B. Just generally, these are reports from Pyxis machines?
Yeah, activity reports.
And you seem to talk a lot about the Pyxis machines on direct, so I'm assuming you know that every machine requires a fingerprint to access it?
Yes,
And that fingerprint, that keypad for the fingerprint, I think is next to the keyboard. Am I right about that?
yes,
And also requires a passcode, does it not?
it requires your associate ID.
Okay? In addition to I put my print here.
Yes,
And so if I were to give Dr. Husel, hypothetically, my associate ID, right, his fingerprint would not work.
correct.
And absent having that fingerprint password and also the associate ID, you can't physically open that drawer and get those medications. Correct?
Right, you would not have access.
And anytime the drawer is accessed with the fingerprint and the associate ID, there is a record of it, correct?
Correct.
Which is what these are, right?
Correct.
So if I'm, let's say, Jason Sims. Let's just say I'm Jason Sims for a day. I open the drawer, there's a record of it. There's even a time when I open the drawer.
Yes,
There's also, I'm showing you States Exhibit 24M. You were asked about a number of overrides with respect to, what does this patient appear to be?
this patient would be Rebecca Walls, it appears.
Okay. And I just want to, again, because we're so much talk about the frequency of overrides, on page 1 of States Exhibit 24M, does it appear to be overrides there?
There do appear to be a few, yes.
And what about on patient 2 of Rebecca Wall's Pyxis report?
Yes, there are overrides there.
And just as an example, where my finger is, what is 13:59? I know that's military time, but in regular time, what is that?
1:59 p.m. in the afternoon.
So that's day shift.
That would be day shift.
Okay, so overrides aren't exclusive to night shift.
They are not.
In advance of today, for purposes of preparing for your testimony, how many times have you met with the prosecutors?
Twice.
And when were those dates?
One was October of last year, I don't remember the specific date, and the other was February 7th? Yes, February 7th.
And was your attorney there with you when you met with them?
Yes,
And you currently still work at Mount Carmel.
I do.
So you weren't one of the employees that was laid off.
I was put on leave for 8 months.
Right, but you weren't terminated.
I was not terminated.
And wasn't your leave paid?
Yes,
So you met with the prosecutors twice. If you know, were those recorded, those prep sessions?
I honestly don't know.
How long, the first session last year that you met with the prosecutors, how long was that meeting?
2.5 hours, approximately?
And how long was the meeting in February, this month?
Around 2 hours.
And have there also been emails that the prosecution has sent you, or do they send those to your attorney if you know?
They send those to my attorney.
And in those communications and conversations, they've let you know that while you've been subpoenaed
and you're a state's witness, they don't intend to prosecute you.
I don't think I've ever received anything that stated that.
That's certainly your understanding, is it not?
I have not been granted immunity in any form that I know of.
Okay, and so it's your testimony that you never received anything from your attorney that indicates that you won't be prosecuted if you tell the truth?
No.
Okay, so let's talk about the other interviews you've given in addition to the prosecutors, the time with the prosecutors. You gave an HR interview,
Correct?
and you gave an interview with Columbus Police Department,
Correct?
and any other interviews I'm forgetting about?
With the investigators from the Board of Pharmacy.
Ah, right, investigators of the Board of Pharmacy. So I want to talk about the HR interview, because as I heard your testimony on direct, was that with respect to Ryan Hayes, you called down there, you called up.
Up to the ICU.
You called up to the ICU, and you testified today under oath that you called once and nobody answered?
No, not for Ryan Hayes. For Ryan Hayes, I got an answer.
I'm sorry, was it Walls?
It was Walls.
Forgive me. So Rebecca Walls, you called once, and what happened?
No answer.
And then you told this jury you called twice.
I called the back number to the ICU, yes.
What's the back number?
The ICU is large, so it has a front section and a back section, and they had 2 different phone numbers.
So there's actually multiple ways that if you want to get a hold of someone in the ICU, you can,
Yes,
at any given time, right?
at any given time, yes.
And you, assuming, to refresh your recollection for today's testimony, did the prosecutors ask you, or did you review the notes from your human resources interview?
I did not.
Right. Do you remember then that actually, in your human resources interview, you talked about, you were asked about why in the medical record did you type into the medical record with respect to Rebecca Walls, discussed with provider?
I don't believe that was typed in. That is an option when you get an alert for a dose that's outside of range, and you have to go past that, and you have a few options to list. The default is discussed with provider.
It can't be your testimony that to get to another screen, you have to click that you discussed with provider.
Yes, there was an option on there that would say, discussed with provider.
Why then, during your HR interview, would you be questioned about that not being true?
They may not have seen any documentation that backed up the discussed with provider.
Oh, so because there is a comment section, right?
There is a comment section.
And so if it's a box you had to check, and you knew checking that box was a lie, there was a comment
Okay.
section, Your Honor?
Sustained.
Okay, so there's a comment section.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the question, new question.
In the comment section, in Rebecca Walls, you never put, I did not, that you checked the box, and that's not true, right?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure, you checked the box that says discuss with provider.
It's pre-checked. That is the first option when you're going through an order. If there's an order that has, if I remember correct, because we don't use Cerner now, there are options when you have an order that's outside of the standard dosage range. And the first one says discussed with provider. And that's what it defaults to and is pre-checked.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. The testimony about the call for the allergies, did you put that in the comment section?
I don't recall any testimony about allergies.
I'm sorry, that you were called to the ER?
No, I didn't document that.
You didn't, you didn't put that in the comment section?
No, I put that in the email I sent to Randy.
The email you sent to Brandy isn't a medical record. You would agree with that?
Correct.
And in your role as a pharmacist, you know the importance of the medical record, do you not?
I do.
You know
to just go through a few things during your CPD interview. Would you agree with me that the interview you gave with the Columbus Police Department was your first interview or second?
I believe it may have been the first.
Okay, and that interview, if it was the first, does December 10th of 2018 sound familiar to you as a date?
Yes, that would be correct.
During that interview, the detectives didn't have any patient medical records. Is that true?
That is true.
They were just questioning you about dosages and dates.
Correct.
And even for the best of us, it's hard to remember doses and dates without complete medical records to review.
Correct.
You were asked, were you not, a lot of questions about Dr. Husel and his dosing habits. You remember generally being asked about those?
Yes.
And then you were asked about your thoughts on those dosing habits with respect to fentanyl. You remember being asked about that?
Yes.
And you talked about how there was no evidence that you knew of in your capacity as a pharmacist working at Mount Carmel that what he was doing was wrong.
Objection, Your Honor, draws to ask for an ultimate conclusion.
Okay, let's take a little sidebar here, because I know we're gonna need it here in a second. Talk amongst each other. I don't know what happened to Darcy.
If that happens, we know who.
Yeah, we do. Okay.
Mr. Dresbach, just returning to that question I just asked you. During your CPD interview, you were asked a number of questions and what you, as of December 10th, 2008, thought about the dosing habits of Mr. Husel. Remember that line of questioning?
Vaguely, yes.
And isn't it true that actually you indicated to the detectives that there's not a lot of evidence we have to say that what he's doing is wrong?
I did make that statement.
One moment. there should be any discussion later that Defendant's Exhibit 11, page 279, that called for the 14,321 plus micrograms of fentanyl is a mistake. I wanted to just show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 11, page 83. What appears to be the patient name there?
That is James Nick Timmons.
And same patient name as that last order that I showed you?
Yes.
Okay. And does it appear, just based on your recollection of my prior questioning, that the anesthesiologist indicated on this is the same doctor that was ordering of the 14,000?
They appear the same, yes.
And this number right here next to fentanyl on Defendant's Exhibit 11, page 83, does it appear, and I'm certainly happy to cross-reference, does it appear to be the same or similar
Okay.
number that's also on the
Let's deal
order
with the
sheet?
document you're dealing with, and then
Sure,
the subject cross-referencing is more theirs.
sure. Exhibit 11, page 83. Next to fentanyl, what's the number that's indicated there?
14,321.2494 micrograms.
And what are those medications that are also being ordered right along with that fentanyl?
Midazolam, propofol, phenylephrine, rocuronium, norepinephrine, and cefazolin.
What's the order of propofol for? I mean, not for, but what is the amount?
30 milligrams,
And the midazolam?
3 milligrams.
And just for cross comparison now, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 11, page 279. Does that appear to be the same physician?
Yes,
And the amount of the micrograms of fentanyl being over 14,000, does that appear to be the same?
it does.
Nothing further.
I won't be long, Your Honor.
Okay?
Can I steal those last two documents from you, please?
Mr. Dresbach, I'm going to put back up what's been marked as Exhibit 11, page 83. This is, what's this at the top? What's this tell us it is?
Anesthesia record, date finalized, October 23rd, 2018, 1309, page 1 of 4.
And Jack Timmons again, or
And
James
Jack.
Timmons. We keep saying Jack.
So you got me here.
James
James Nick
Timmons.
Timmons, yes.
All right, what's going on here? What's this telling you is going on?
This appears to be a record of medications administered during surgery.
All right. And I see rocuronium again,
Yes,
a paralytic.
paralytic.
So safe to assume he's ventilated at this point.
Objection as to what
All right.
assumptions
Okay.
we made?
I can ask it, Your Honor.
Well, re-ask, don't re-answer.
Re-ask it. Would you believe, or let me rephrase that, what do you believe is going on here? It's anesthesia, and you indicated it's an anesthesia report.
It looks like the patient is under general anesthesia for surgery, which would require intubation.
Okay, and intubation means what to us?
You're on a breathing machine to do your breathing for you, a ventilator.
So is this type of dosage appropriate if the ventilator is breathing for them?
Yeah,
Objection as to whether he knows whether
Okay,
that's appropriate.
sustained.
Do you know whether this type of dosage is
Okay,
appropriate?
it's the same
Okay.
issue.
We talked a little bit about Ryan Hayes. Are you aware of what his medical circumstances were when you were approving medication?
no.
All right, and you indicated there's not a lot of evidence to say what he's doing is wrong. That's what you told Columbus PD. What did you mean by that?
Giving these higher doses than I would typically expect to see in an instance of palliative vent withdrawal.
All right, explain that to me. I didn't.
With fentanyl in particular, having no dose ceiling, then it's hard to establish any evidence that giving doses like that during the palliative vent withdrawal or the removal of the breathing tube is wrong.
And that's based upon what you know in your job as a pharmacist.
Based on my experience, yes.
And that's because, as you stated, there's no maximum dosage for fentanyl,
Correct.
and that's pursuant to Lexicomp.
Right, there's no therapeutic ceiling.
What is, if Lexicomp does not have a maximum dosage on it, what then are you supposed to do to determine what an appropriate maximum dosage is?
Your Honor, I would argue it's beyond his expertise. He's not even tendered as an expert, but I don't think he's qualified to answer the question.
Okay, so you're saying it's outside of the scope?
Yes.
Sting.
Your Honor, I believe she asked.
Sustained.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with a policy at Mount Carmel regarding what to do if there's no maximum dose listed anywhere?
I am not.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Menashe brought out that you're not physically there, Mr. Dresbach, when you don't know what's going on in the rooms, correct? At the time you approve medications.
Correct.
Other people are, though.
Yes, presumably.
And I would assume that we were going to hear testimony, they can tell us that. Would you?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll permit it, just it appears.
Would you agree with that?
I have no idea who all you're going to hear testimony from, but I would assume yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down. Why don't you just hang there? I'm going to send the jury to lunch, so. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, have a wonderful lunch, 1:30 promptly. Remember the admonitions. Have a great lunch, and I hope the microwave line's not too bad today.
Yeah, I'm just
I
organizing
can't
these.
seem to
while I'm
find
here.
another one.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at now. Okay, there we go. There's our.
Transcript of this, do you want me to put these back in your budget?
Yeah, except I don't think I hold that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna put on, anything else for the record? Ms. Swanson?
Schroyer, Judge.
Schroyer,
That's
I
she's not
mean.
answering you.
No, there's nothing further, Your Honor, we need from this witness.
Ms. Menashe? Anything more for the record before I close it?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. You can step on out. You're excused.
Thank you.
Clip. Yeah, he was articulate, he enunciated loud. He didn't mumble, he didn't put his hand in front of his face. No. I don't think so. Are we calling a defense witness? Ms. Swanson, are we calling a defense witness next? Okay. David overheard something in the back hallway and, I don't know.
We've got a witness lined up.
Okay. Well, there's been a request to get on the record before we bring the jury in, so.
Okay.
Your Honor, I think what they may have overheard is because we have that Zoom set up for 9 a.m. tomorrow, that if we got through this whole witness, we were going to raise the issue with you of whether we would start a new witness, that we would then have to take it out of order and come back to order for early for the day.
Oh, for the break?
We
Yeah.
were going to come to you once we, if we get through this witness.
Yeah, because I think he needs like 30 minutes or so in between sessions. He's good for an hour.
Okay.
No, that's a different one.
That's a different one?
Yeah, this is the one that's in Egypt.
Tomorrow morning's the one.
While we're talking about Zoom people,
Sure.
the idea of.
Okay, you wanted to go on the record. Is this what you want to go on the record
No,
about?
this is just, I don't know how to say it,
Oh, just,
technological. What I want to go on the record about is something very different.
okay.
I was just wondering how we're gonna go about showing them exhibits.
We actually just called the IC guy for lunch and asked him to come talk to us and all that, because it's the same question.
What about the same?
Yeah, so he hasn't been carrying on.
We are happy to share that.
I thought about that yesterday.
We're saying the same thing, we're like, how?
Does this look like what?
Yeah, and when we, not when we.
No, there's a presentation mode in Zoom.
Yeah.
I believe you.
Will you be able to see the witness the entire time, even if we have the presentation of that?
I'm sorry?
Can you see the witness the entire time, that even if it's presentation of?
That's a Darcy question. I don't
We'll wait
remember.
for her, or David.
No, Darcy's the one to ask.
Okay.
But yeah, we called Talon out and we have lunch.
Share that.
emergency, even when you're in a Wednesday hotel. The house room is staying at last night. I've never had a chair in the bar before. Never had one. Chair. Oh. A cherry dip. It's ice cream dipped in cherry. Oh. It's amazing. She was like, you've never had one? And she Ubered me or Eats whatever. I'm staying at a friend's house now for Christmas.
I don't remember that.
Is Mr. Zion around?
He was,
Why don't you tell him to come on in, because there's been a request to go on the record. There was a request to go on the record. Okay. We're going to go back on the record. During the break, Mr. Lapidus asked to get the record. What did you want to put on the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Get in your mic.
Your Honor, during the direct examination of the previous pharmacist, the state did exactly what we asked the court to preclude them from doing regarding the result of a pharmacy board hearing. In their motions that they filed, they stated that they sought to introduce this evidence as anticipatory impeachment to get ahead of what they believe the defense would elicit from them on cross-examination. Instead, what just happened was they made it a point to end their direct examination of that pharmacist by first asking whether he was in fact terminated or not from the hospital, and then the next question immediately after that was whether his ability to be a pharmacist was removed from him by the pharmacy board.
You're talking about eliciting the testimony. Okay. I think I got you. Okay.
There is absolutely no other reason to have elicited that testimony but to have bolstered his testimony to the jury to suggest, well, he wasn't fired, the pharmacy board didn't take his rights to be a pharmacist away from him, so clearly what he's saying has some weight. That is per se improper bolstering. It does not go to his credibility in the sense of anticipatory impeachment. It is simply bolstering. It's what we sought to prevent this entire time. And the entire time we filed our motions, we stated we were never going to get into the results of any hearings to specifically avoid any circumstances such as that. And it played out exactly how we had suggested it would play out. That's what I wanted to put on the record and ask the court to advise the state to stick to what they put in their pleadings regarding if they want to get into anticipatory impeachment, the court has allowed them to do so explicitly because you found it relevant to credibility based upon their representations. What happened there clearly wasn't anticipatory impeachment because he didn't even have his privileges taken from him. It was bolstering.
Ms. Swanson?
Ms. Sawyer?
Ms. Schroyer, I'm sorry.
That is all right. Your Honor, in the course of the testimony, before we even got to that issue about the licensure board with Mr. Dresbach, he indicated he had been placed on administrative leave for 8 months with the hospital. He also indicated he'd spoken to a pharmacy board representative, which is exactly what Talon Schroyer had indicated. So then the logical question is, were you terminated from the hospital? And did you lose your license? The answer was no. So it was just to finish answering the question, Your Honor.
But he's alluding to that you guys had represented that you weren't going to do that behavior.
I believe your order indicated, since it does go to credibility, that we would be allowed to ask that question, Your Honor.
How is the non-action of a completely entire entity go to credibility?
Well, I think the fact that he was placed on administrative leave certainly goes to a credibility issue of was he ultimately terminated, and the fact that he was interviewed as part of a pharmacy board investigator, that also goes to credibility, and he
Still a
needs to answer
specific
the end
act.
result.
It's still a specific act. We're not talking about a wrong, a 607. You're talking about a specific act.
Again, Your Honor, I think it just addresses the end question of did you lose your license? No.
Anything else?
Your Honor, if the court is inclined to allow similar testimony to be elicited, we'd ask that the court instruct the jury in regards to how to accept that testimony. Because otherwise, it's inescapable that a layperson hearing that from the state of Ohio being asked that to conclude their the testimony of direct examination is simply to say, hey, by the way, someone else didn't take your privileges because what you said was right or what you did was right. And that's the exact thing we sought to preclude when we filed those motions. And their representations to the court in their response to our motion was that their belief was that we would elicit that on cross-examination and that they would do it in an anticipatory way to get ahead to essentially go to the credibility of their witnesses before we could attack it. And what we told the court is that we had no intention, whether they weren't put on, whether they had their privileges revoked or not, that we had no intention of ever wanting to introduce the end results of those hearings to the pharmacists, nurses, or anyone else. And now what played out was the exact scenario we sought to preclude.
Well, doesn't a curative instruction accent the issue?
It may very well, which is why I would ask the court, first and foremost, to instruct the state to not elicit any more testimony about the results of these hearings, whether it be for the pharmacists or the nurses. And if the court is inclined to not do so, in the future we would ask for limiting instructions if the court's going to allow the state to bolster their witnesses' credibility this way.
Well, what we're going to do is, if we're going to get to those issues, if that's going to be brought up during the state's questioning, sidebar before the question comes out. I don't want it out of the barn until we can put a record on there, and then I'll give a rule. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't feel a curative instruction helps us here, because I'm accenting something that was just basically the end of the questioning. I don't want to put any false light that they should told not to consider it.
Again, Your Honor,
I mean, if you want to propose a potential thing, we'll talk, but, you know, for right now, if you're gonna get into those issues, sidebar first.
And Your Honor, if I can, just for the record, to complete our part of the record, I believe when it was discussed in voir dire, we thought a supplemental response, so part of what we were addressing in that question was based upon that supplemental response and the fact that it was addressed in voir dire, Your Honor, just to make it for the record.
Okay.
I don't believe we have to say anything further, Your Honor. Your Honor's ruling is very clear. It doesn't reference any doors having been opened. Your ruling said it was relevant to credibility based off their representations, and they did the exact opposite of what they represented to the court. So I don't believe I need to say any more.
Okay. We've got a record then. Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you. I am going to call this state's witness. I have the settlement agreement from the Board of Pharmacy to present at this time.
Wait, I'm sorry, you're being called as the state's witness.
I'm calling the next state's witness.
Oh.
Okay? He's a pharmacist. He signed a settlement agreement. Settlement agreement is here. I'm tendering it. If you have an objection about me talking about it, now's the time to do it because the judge has said that he doesn't want necessarily to have this happen in open court again. So if you'd like to see the settlement agreement, and then we can talk about it.
Okay, let's take a couple of minutes then. David, go back and run a little interference for me. Because I still have one more issue to talk about.
Your Honor, tell me when you are ready, Sam. I'll address this. We would object to the notice of settlement agreements in connection with the investigation of Mount Carmel and William Husel, dated March 4th, 2020, marked as State's Exhibit 25, from being introduced. It really dovetails on the argument that we just raised in terms of bolstering, but the litigation itself is names Randy Miles, who will be the next witness. It also includes information as to which cases or complaints were dismissed against individuals, which goes back to this bolstering argument. And then it lists certain pharmacists that are included in the settlement. I think if the state wants to elicit testimony about a settlement and that Randy Miles signed a settlement, or that there was a settlement, we certainly would not object to, was there a settlement? Yes. What was the amount? Did you sign the settlement? Yes, I did. No objection to that. 3 questions, but to introduce the settlement itself, we certainly have an objection to that.
I don't think it goes back to the jury. I mean, she can allude to it, but I agree. Are those 3 questions acceptable for your purpose?
There may be some more, but they would all be in that neighborhood. I'm not going to get into the allegations. I would only elicit what the actual agreement was, which involved a fine and some remedial action. We can allow
So you
the
had
court
to
to
do like
look at it.
seminars or something?
Your Honor, I'm
Had to
sorry.
do like seminars, continuing ed or something, or?
It had to do, well, Diane has the document, so thank you. There's a recital of terms. I can approach do we want to approach with the court reporter? And
For the record, this is State's Exhibit
It's 25.
5.
I'm happy to accept whatever direction he wants to take.
Well, oh, there's more. Hold on.
There's a recitation of the allegations, which I was never going to
Well, 2, we shouldn't get into that everybody denies everything and the
Yeah,
usual
yeah. It's an
release
agreed
document.
settlement entry without an admission of anything. If I'm allowed to lead, I can lead right through and ask for yes or no answers, and that way we avoid any extemporaneous.
I assume outside of 2, does any of this really matter to you?
Well, I guess then it becomes a relevant issue, but can I read that?
Yeah.
You can have it while I do the rest of the examination.
Well, no, let's just finish, let's go resolve it now.
2 is your usual release. Denial. The other are, I don't like going into a bunch of sanctions. I said I don't like going into a bunch of sanctions.
Okay, so you would intend to say the terms of the agreement are beginning with 3, 4, and 5? I'm not sure about, why don't we just do the motions? Perfect. I think that's much cleaner and what is,
Those are the questions that you asked.
yeah, was there a lawsuit, was there, obviously, was there a settlement and you do all that? Yeah. Okay, we can work on stipulation.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So we'll do the stipulation on the record at the appropriate time and then
Yeah.
supplement it with a written formal stipulation?
Yes, that'd be appropriate. We won't even have to we won't even have to ask the witness about it.
Right,
Okay.
and, yeah, I think that's perfect.
Okay, the third issue, and this is one, Ms. Schaefer was approached, one of the jurors went over to the other jury room to get something out of the refrigerator, I believe, and they were in there speculating about you all's tactics and the way you're approaching the case. When I heard this, I was going to direct them, you're not to discuss the case, the tactics, or anything. Okay? But I thought it was important enough for you guys to know that that was going on. I think I can cure it with instructing them not to discuss the case at all. But they were, I guess, trying to analyze you all's tactics. Any commentary?
Yes, Judge, I think the proper thing to do would be to bring the individuals in one at a time and make proper inquiries as to exactly what was discussed, what was said, and whether they fully understood the court's orders not to discuss this case prior to the case being turned over for deliberations.
I have a real problem doing it in open court. There are jurors, there are anonymities there, and it's being streamed.
I agree.
We can do it in camera with lead counsel if you wish,
I think that's probably the way to go.
and the court reporter and me. Okay? But I don't have the details as to who was what. I don't know which jurors to pull out. I know which jury room it was, and maybe we there, but I don't know if they switched back or forth or anything. So we may have to question all 18.
We would have an objection, well, I was gonna say, the first thing that might, if both sides agree, that maybe David could inquire who went in this room during the break, and then break it down from there.
Did Darcy talk to you all about this?
this is the first time I'm hearing about it.
We defer to the court, Your Honor. I think some inquiry is appropriate. If you can narrow it down, that would be helpful.
Okay.
I don't want to spend another 2 days talking to everyone if we don't have to.
Neither do I, but as the court knows.
David, they
it's
pretty
not a
much been
issue.
staying in the jury rooms?
Yes, since I have been here and since I left this morning, actually I was gone for 9
Well, I've got an idea which one it was in this jury room that went over there.
I don't know anything.
Well, I passed Darcy talking with her when I was coming from the restroom.
Okay, should I reach out to Darcy?
Yeah,
Okay.
Judge, is there a way we could just do like a group admonishment right now and just plow through this afternoon, because we've got people out in the hall, and then we can deal with it at the end of the day, maybe?
We would object to plowing. I think what we need to do is take this matter very seriously, and it should be, I guess we should start with the juror that raised the issue. Maybe he or she could identify who it was, and eliminates us, basically takes a lot of time out of this whole thing.
I've reached out to her, Judge.
okay. Did she say who?
No, just sent it because she was asking me a question regarding Janice upstairs, and I just sent this, so.
Okay. We're on pause for a second. Let's call her.
That could save a lot
Yeah. Got it.
Permission to go talk to the witness, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go grab it.
Can you get Darcy in the horn for me?
She was getting ready to do a plea criminal for me. That's we were wearing 2 different hats.
Okay,
She
well,
said she's coming down. She got him started, she's coming down because Judge Gaines will not plea to was lined up.
she'll probably have to come through that door. Freight elevator's down.
Oh, no, it's legit. It's back.
It's back up?
They sent an email.
Okay. come on right here. I thought you said, and she said that it might be different, yeah. That a juror approached you and they were talking strategies of the lawyers in the other room. Did I misunderstand?
You misunderstood.
What exactly were you told by the juror?
Strategies of the lawyer. There were two things that you and I discussed. The first was a juror approached me this morning about the notoriety of some defense counsel and how that had been discussed. She just said, and I do know specifically who that is. She said that, it did not impact her one way or another, but because of the admonitions, she felt compelled to tell me that there was a recognition about defense counsel and prior representation of defense counsel's clients. That was it.
Okay.
The other thing that you and I talked about was there were several jurors that just asked me if it's appropriate or they have the ability to preliminarily discuss how to handle some logistics. Not anything related to this specific case. They said nothing had been discussed. They wanted to know if it's possible for them to preemptively say, hey, if we have a dispute about this particular thing, this is how we want to resolve this dispute. Not saying that there was a dispute or anything like that or that there were any discussions. They're just talking, is it appropriate for us to talk about logistics? I explained to them the judge would give them all the information that they need. That my gut was they should not be discussing that and we should not be discussing that until the judge has had the opportunity to talk with them.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry I misunderstood you.
That's okay. No, I'm
It's
glad
not like
you
I
asked.
wasn't busy this morning.
I'm glad you asked.
Okay. Position now? Do you want us to come in and ask them about your notoriety?
Can we approach?
Yeah.
Do you need me?
No.
He's got it.
Go.
You guys haven't anyways, but
You guys can talk out there. That way it doesn't carry over. Okay. Otherwise, nothing's gonna happen for, I'm guessing, half an hour.
Thank you, sir.
Did you figure out which one you're playing?
I don't know, I'm not understanding that.
Well, where's Darcy? Yeah. I have no idea. I've been trying to remain anonymous as possible with it. I thought Darcy said they were talking. What's up?
Streamline down, so I'm gonna start back at the beginning.
Well, we're kind of like in limbo for like 30 minutes due to an issue. So, there's going to be nothing to stream for the next 30 minutes.
Okay, so wait till then to come back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have a person? Okay. Okay.
Or suggested, I should say.
As long as you've explained to him his role in there and tolerance levels. We're off now.
Oh, no, I just. Stepping away. Just, no, we're done.
You guys just can't hydrate. I'm the one with the enlarged prostate, but they're the one. Well, we lost their break. Who's up for you guys? David?
Huh?
Who's up on this witness?
Janet?
Janet? Who's doing cross?
Guys.
Who's doing cross?
I am.
Okay.
Maybe just a couple minutes.
Why?
Let's go right now.
Okay. It's okay. Who's in the bathroom there? Somebody's been there forever.
No, someone else just jumped in.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, all rise. Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the long break. Are you ready to call your next witness?
I am, Your Honor. State calls Randy Miles.
There's one up front. Right in the middle. It's available if you want to go start. You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, go and have a seat there. You've got an aerial mic there in front of you. Okay, you can lower your mask if it's, I want you comfortable. Okay? I need you to state your name and spell it for me. And remember, that's what you gotta talk towards the mic. Okay, you're in kind of a fishbowl here, so, okay?
All right, thank you.
Go ahead and state your name and spell it, please.
My name is Randal Miles, R-A-N-D-A-L. Last name is Miles, M-I-L-E-S.
Do you feel comfortable wearing the mask because it's kind of muffling you a bit?
I can if that would help the court.
Well, I want everybody to be able to hear you,
Sure.
okay? Ms. Grubb?
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, you've been referred to earlier today as Dr. Miles. Would you like to be referred to as Dr., Mr., or Randy?
Either is fine.
Okay, well, let's try doctor. So Dr. Miles, I understand that you are a pharmacist, correct?
That's correct.
Could you tell us about your level of education, where you got your degrees?
Sure. I have a PharmD degree, which is a professional doctorate degree in pharmacy with Ohio State, from Ohio State.
Hold on, I gotta make sure she's able to get you.
Can you hear? Yeah.
No problem. Right out of link. I received my pharmacy doctorate at Ohio State University, College of Pharmacy, in 2006. I did a postdoctoral residency for 1 year at Mount Carmel West, and I also have an MBA.
Thank you. What year did you receive the MBA?
I believe it was 2017.
Thank you. All right. Have you ever worked anywhere other than Mount Carmel as a pharmacist?
I did some as-needed work at CVS when I first graduated, but that was not full-time or anything.
Okay. When were you hired by Mount Carmel?
2006.
Okay. And what was your level of employment in 2006?
That's the year of my residency.
Okay. And then at 2007, what did your position become?
I became a patient care pharmacist.
Okay. And describe what that is.
There's one type of pharmacist at the organization, so I would work on the floors, I would work in the main pharmacy, I basically worked wherever they needed me to cover. I would take care of the clinical duties, any emergency response for those areas, as well as facilitate procurement of drugs.
And how long were you in that position?
Approximately 5 or 6 years.
Okay. What did you progress to after that position?
In 2012, I became the pharmacy manager, also called operations manager at times.
Okay. And who did you report to in that position?
Sean O'Connell.
Okay. Sean O'Connell. And what was Sean's position?
He was the director of pharmacy.
Okay. And there was another individual, Sarah Hemker, that was in pharmacy management, correct?
Correct, she was a peer.
And what was her position?
Clinical coordinator.
Okay. Is she still at the hospital?
Yes.
Is she still in that position?
No,
Is Sean O'Connell still at the hospital?
he is not.
What position does Sarah now occupy?
She works in our population health division.
Is someone currently in her former position?
Yes.
Who is that person?
Dawn Miller. Dawn Miller.
Dawn Miller? Who currently occupies the director of pharmacy position?
That's Corey Enders.
Okay. So let's turn our attention to the years in question. We're basically here involving the years in light green, 2015 to 2018, late fall. What did the organizational chart in the pharmacy department look like during those periods?
At Mount Carmel West,
Mm-hmm.
there was a director of pharmacy,
Sean?
Sean. There was a manager, or operations manager, that was myself. Sarah Hemker as the clinical coordinator, and that was the 3 that were basically in the leadership committee at that point in
Okay.
time.
And then how many were in the next tier down, the actual patient care or clinical pharmacists?
You know, I can't recall specifics, but there was probably over 20 at that point in time.
Okay.
Hold on one second. Are you guys hearing him okay?
Yes.
Okay.
How about
I
me?
know
Can you
you
hear
got
me?
a voice.
I do, I'll try to get a little closer to the mic if that's all right. Can you hear me now?
Better?
Okay,
Okay.
thanks.
Because I could see them straining over there. I just wanted to make sure that they could all hear you.
Now, this is a transitional question, but I've been given to understand that the way the line staff pharmacists reported was split, that some reported to you and some reported to Sean. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How many reported to you and how many reported to Sean?
Somewhere in the low teens reported to me, and the remainder reported to Sean.
Okay, so you had the bulk of them. Is
I
that
would say it was even.
Even? Okay, all right. And did that pertain during all the years that we're discussing here, 15 to 18?
Yes, as people came and went from the organization, we just tried to keep the numbers consistent.
Okay, great. Now, what were your hours in the hospital at that time?
My typical hours, I'd come in 7 o'clock or slightly before that and stay till 5 or so.
Okay. And what days of the week did that involve?
Typically Monday through Friday.
Okay. Were you on a beeper system or just a cell phone? How did people get in touch with you if they needed to, outside of your regular office hours?
My cell phone number is posted in the department.
Okay. And did people feel free to use your cell phone?
I think so.
Okay. Did you receive telephone calls after hours or even in the middle of the night?
Yes.
Okay. And was there anyone else that could be called in the middle of the night if need be?
It'd be Sean O'Connell or Sarah.
Okay. So there were 3 that were available?
Yeah, unless they were out of the state or on vacation or something.
Was there a priority tree for that?
On the weekends, there was a specific person assigned for first call, but if they weren't available, other people could be contacted.
Okay, so there wasn't a duty week or rotating schedule?
There was, a rough schedule, but you could always call anybody if you couldn't get a hold of the first person.
Okay. Was the ethic in the pharmacy department collegial?
I think so.
Okay. And was there a free flow of information from one person to the other?
Yes.
Objection as to foundation, sorry.
Just predicate questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Ask the one predicate foundation question and then proceed.
What was the communication like in the pharmacy department?
We communicated daily.
Okay. Did you have meetings and?
There was a weekly email that would go out, kind of going over everything that went on throughout the week prior. Any other short-term changes that needed to be communicated earlier would come out, typically verbally and an email. And there was a daily, handoff in between shifts.
Okay, thank you. Let's turn our attention right now to the systems that interfaced with hospital pharmacy. Did you have information technology systems that fed into the pharmacy department, serviced the pharmacy department, or that the pharmacy department relied upon?
Yes.
What were those systems?
There was a variety of different systems that were interfaced. We had a robot that pulled some of our cart fill meds. We have a medication carousel that also held other meds. And then on the floors, there was a Pyxis, piece of technology called Pyxis that stored and released medications on the floors a little closer to the nurses. And then there was also some racking and other things that we would get other label systems so we could gather and get them to the right patient at the right time. And then there was billing software that was separate from that.
How did Cerner, first of all, what is Cerner?
Cerner is a brand of electronic medical record.
Okay. And did Cerner interlock with other management or record-keeping systems that the pharmacy used?
Yes, the Cerner would interface with both the robot, the carousel, and Pyxis.
Okay. And when was Cerner placed into use in the hospital?
About 2012.
Okay. And is Cerner still there today?
It is not.
Okay. When did Cerner move off the stage?
October of last year.
If you know, what class of employees normally have access to a Pyxis machine?
Pharmacist, pharmacy members such as pharmacy technicians and nurses.
Okay. And what would the pharmacy techs do with the Pyxis machine?
They would refill it when it got below a par level, and they would look for outdates and move around stock if we had some stock outs or short supply.
Okay, and was this a scheduled function, or was this done daily or weekly?
It was done daily, also as needed, so if something stocked out, it could be filled at any point in time. There was a report that would generate and initiate communication, so we knew when something stocked out.
Okay. And what were your busiest Pyxis machines in the hospital?
I'd say the ER and the ICU.
Okay. What did the nurses have to do to access the Pyxis machine?
It's two-factor authentication, so it's something you know and something you have. So the knowledge portion is your ID number for work. and the something you have is your biometric ID or your fingerprint.
Okay, so and was it the same for the pharmacists and the nurses?
That is correct.
So if I were going to walk up to a Pyxis machine and try to retrieve something from it, describe for me what I would do.
You would first activate the screen, typically touch the screen and
Touch
bring up
screen.
a enter prompt, and there'd be a little colon there, and you type in your username, and then it would prompt you to scan your fingerprint.
Okay, all right. Why is security like that in a Pyxis machine?
To decrease risk of theft of drugs.
Okay, are there other reasons?
Sure, it's security, and it actually, Pyxis can help with billing as well.
Okay, what about overall safety?
Objection, leaving.
Are there further, I'll rephrase. Were there other reasons?
Well, the Board of Pharmacy requires us to have security around drugs, and
Okay.
the Pyxis fulfills all their requirements.
Okay. So does the Board of Pharmacy promulgate rules?
Yes,
Okay. Do you have a large number of rules that apply to pharmacies and these machines?
the Board of Pharmacy does have a fair amount of rules, yes.
Okay. So what are the bases upon which a nurse could obtain drugs from a Pyxis machine?
It would be pursuant to a physician order.
Okay. And what are the two types of orders?
Well, I don't understand exactly what you're asking.
Are there two different ways to retrieve drugs from a Pyxis machine on order?
Yes, so a nurse could, after something's prospectively reviewed and authorized, they would use a profile process, which is they select the patient, they select the drug that is bolded, that is already deemed reviewed and safe and appropriate, or they could use the override process.
Okay. So what happens as far as communication between the Pyxis machine and the other information that is fed into the pharmacy department on override?
The Pyxis machine doesn't, so they're two separate platforms, so the Pyxis machine doesn't have a lot of discrete information back. An order would have to be placed for it to be really seen in the work queue.
Okay, so if drugs are taken from the Pyxis machine on override, what does the pharmacy know at that point?
We don't have good eyes on that at that period of time.
Okay, so we know that, we presume that possibly an authorized user has gone into the Pyxis machine and done the things to get the drug out, correct?
Yes. that's
And
only
then the
way they
drug
do
is
it.
out, and then if that person is going to administer that drug to a patient, what happens next?
I'm not a nurse, so they would follow their process. There's something called the 5 rights, but I would defer to my nursing colleagues to walk through those specific
Okay,
steps.
I'm more aiming at the bits of information that might pass along. What would the first act be that someone administering drugs would do that would send information to the pharmacy?
They would enter the order. They would enter an order.
No, I mean if they already had it on override.
They would have to enter an order into the electronic medical record or Cerner.
Okay, why don't you back up and let's start it again? Because you got yourself out there and you two aren't communicating very
No,
well.
we're not, are we? So if the nurse has the drugs on override, what about that drug at that time would need to be told to the pharmacy to let the pharmacy know that it was out there?
I mean, there's reports that we could run that could identify that.
Would the nurse have to go to the patient bed and scan something?
That's part of the administration process. yes.
Okay, so I'm not talking about the 5 rights, I'm just talking about how notice would go to the pharmacy that the drug was out of the Pyxis machine. That's all I'm talking about.
The order would have to be entered. You
Okay.
can scan, you can create an order by scanning it.
Okay, thank you. We had to get the right communication. So the pharmacy, when it's scanned, would then know that there is an order out there.
Correct.
Okay. And if the order is considered out there, would it come across as some verbiage in the queue?
Orders do drop into a queue-based system in the
Okay.
electronic medical record, yes.
And what would the queue say about that order?
It just defines information from the order, and you actually have to go into it by clicking on it to see further information.
Would it say anything typically about what was going on in the override?
No.
Okay. So once this was administered, say it was administered without pharmacy review, and then it was in the queue, what would the pharmacist do with it?
At that point in time, if the pharmacist did not have a chance to prospectively review it, the electronic medical record would only have one button that they could push, which was accept. It would say complete. It was a completed order at that point in time if somebody documented on it. If you click on it, there was one button that could be selected, and that was accept.
Was there a reject option?
Not on a completed order,
And define a completed order.
one that was documented as administered already.
Okay. And that completed order would be revealed in the MAR,
Yes,
medication administration record.
that's correct.
Is that
It would be-
correct?
Any
Okay.
documentation of administration is on that.
Okay. Does the hospital have policies involving medications and pharmacy procedures?
Yes,
Okay. And were those policies accessible to staff?
yes.
And when a staff was onboarded, what would they be told about the policies?
They would be shown where they're at. They're requested to review key policies.
Okay. Are there policies with regard to the Pyxis override procedures?
Yes.
I'm going to approach the witness and hand him exhibits that are marked as states 23B, 23C, and 23D.
Are these a series of various policies?
Yes, they are,
Okay, don't have to tell me what they are, let them identify them.
yeah,
I
okay.
just want to make sure you're showing them multiple documents
Yes.
involving several policies.
Three.
Yes, I've seen these before. Yep.
Are these documents substantially similar as far as type?
Yes.
Okay. And what do these documents refer to?
The process to utilize override in the situation that would be
Okay.
appropriate.
All right.
Okay, you both can't talk at the same time.
What did you say after the process to utilize override?
In the situations it would be appropriate.
Do all of these documents have dates on them relating to when they were in effect?
Yes.
Okay. And they were in effect at different times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do they all share or almost identical special comments on the front page?
From what I could discern from my review, yes.
Okay. I'm going to, may I publish, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No.
Okay. I'm going to publish 23D, which was updated January of 18, and which relates to a good portion of our inquiry today.
You have it on the screen in front of you, and it's on the big screen, too.
Yes. Dr. Miles, I'm going to,
Before you go any further, can you guys see that okay? Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to special comments. Okay? And it starts, override medications are medications that can be accessed by nursing staff before review, correct?
Correct.
And it has 2 bullet points under it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain what those bullet points mean?
The sentence before that states that there are 2 allowable exceptions. And that's the LIP, or the licensed independent practitioner, controls the ordering, dispensing, and administration of the drug.
Let's take down the pace a little bit. I know you want to get it all out there, but her fingers are going to catch on fire. We don't want that, okay?
Correct. So the licensed independent practitioner or somebody with prescription authority controls the ordering, dispensing, and administration of the drug. But like in the operating room, endoscopy suite, emergency room, or cath lab suite, so if the physician is physically present during a procedure and are ordering the drugs and watching them be administered, or emergency situations which time does not permit the pharmacist review, such as stat orders or circumstances where patient harm or discomfort could result from a delay in administration of the medication, including situations in which the patient experiences a sudden change in clinical status.
Okay, thank you. So could you define for us what ordering, dispensing, and administration means with respect to the drug that would be, drug or drugs that would be dispensed on override? What do those terms of art mean?
Well, the ordering of the drug is a order that has a dose, a route, what product to administer. The dispensing is the act of dispensing, so that is like authorizing it for use, if you will. So a pharmacist reviews it and it releases or we dispense it from the pharmacy. Physicians authorizing that, or provider that has prescriptive authority authorizing the use of that. And administration of the drug is the review and observation of actually administering that drug.
Where is the pharmacy department under this bullet point?
They are not in the process.
Okay. At all?
Correct.
What is Lexicomp and how is it used?
Did you mean Lexicomp?
Lexicomp, yeah.
It's a tertiary reference for medication information, dosing, compatibility, indications, et cetera.
Okay. And is this used widely in your department?
Yes.
Okay. And have you personally used it?
Yes.
What are the IV guidelines in your hospital? What is that?
It's a reference that has common indications and dosages of a variety of drugs given IV. So there'll be one IV guideline per medication.
Okay.
So it'll have adverse effects, other things. It's a reference to familiarize yourself with that product.
Okay. This is the same as this one. Just labeled it for us. I'm going to hand an exhibit entitled State's Exhibit 26BB to the witness. Dr. Miles, what is this exhibit?
That's a policy.
Is it entitled Medication Administration and Self-Administration Guidelines?
That's what I remember, yes.
And it's a 5-page document, correct?
I did not count the pages.
Okay. Did you happen to note the date on the back of promulgation?
I believe it was 2017.
Yes, correct. And it is kept in the regular course of business at Mount Carmel? Or was kept in the regular course of business at Mount Carmel?
It was in our policy folder, yes.
Okay. All right. May I publish, Your Honor?
There's no objection, that's fine.
Objection.
Any objection?
Could you please review number 23, the paragraph at the top? Tell us what that is and what it means.
It's one of the subheadings, and it's basically stating that patient conditions warrant giving medications outside of IV guidelines at times. So I would interpret that as you're individualizing patient
Your Honor,
care.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't think there's been a foundation that he wrote the policies in terms of him interpreting them, but I don't mind him saying what it says.
Okay. You want to rephrase, or do you want me to rule?
I'll rephrase. Dr. Miles, have you used this policy
Yes.
in the past? So you're familiar with its use as you interface with other people in the hospital, including physicians?
Yes.
Okay. And if there is a situation where a physician is interested in making an order outside of IV guidelines, what happens?
There should be an escalation of the question and research of supporting evidence for said indication and dose.
Okay, and when you say an escalation of the issue, where does that go?
It could go to the clinical coordinator, myself. It could be that person diving into the literature if they have the opportunity, or if the provider furnished that would be shared. So the IV guidelines could be updated.
Okay, so what is the expectation under this policy when you are dealing with a physician as far as what you are going to receive from that physician?
I mean, it states that if a reference cannot be located or provided by the prescriber, it would be reviewed by others.
Okay, and they talk about special approval, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Dr. Miles, was there a time in 2018 when a pharmacist by the name of Talon Schroyer was your direct report?
Yes,
Okay. Does Talon still work at the hospital?
he does not.
Okay. Was there a time in October of 2018 where Talon Schroyer sought you out at the end of one of his shifts and expressed a concern to you?
Yes.
What was that concern?
My recollection is he stopped me as I was going to get a cup of coffee, and he asked to speak to me. He said he had a concern about a dose of a medication, and he gave me some information about the patient. I don't remember any other real specifics about that.
Okay. Who was the physician involved in this?
It was Dr. William Husel.
Okay. And what did you tell Talon about your conversation with him?
I asked him to put in a voice report if there was a concern, and it was the end of his day and end of his week, and he was packed up, ready to go. So I took it upon myself to enter it.
So you did it?
I entered a voice, well, I facilitated a voice report being entered. I spoke with another colleague, and then she ultimately put it in, is my recollection.
Okay. Who was that other colleague?
It was Katie Barger.
Okay. Did you ever see the voice report that was put in?
Yes.
First of all, what is a voice report?
Voice report is anything that's not colleague-related. Event reporting could be somebody fell in the hallway, could be medication, could be an extravasation. It's just a repository for data, so it can be reviewed and discerned and sent out to the right people.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm approaching the witness, and I'm going to tender State's
Has she
Exhibit
seen it?
20.
Has she seen it?
At some point you have. This the first one? Oh, what the heck. I'll bring them all. The record should reveal that there are three such. Just for the conserve time, I'm going to handle and 23A, B, and C to the witness.
Okay.
Please review.
There's 22, A, B, and C.
He's got them all.
Yeah, no, I think you said 23.
Did I?
I think.
Did I say 23? I meant 22. 23 is policy and procedure. I took them home up there. I didn't show you them. Okay. Sir, were these voice reports, do they appear to be true and accurate copies of what was reported
From what
through this
what I can
system?
recall, yes.
Okay.
I'm
It-
sorry, wait, talk at the same time. What was your answer?
From what I can recall, yes.
Okay, all right. And these are kept in the ordinary course of business at the hospital?
That's correct,
This is a routine function?
yes.
Okay. May I, Your Honor?
I assume there's no objection?
Any objection?
No.
Okay. There's the page 1 for the first. And this appears to be about James Timmons, age 39, male. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you guys able to see that? It's kind of bright.
Too much? Do you guys want me to adjust a little bit? Oops. Is that better? You mean I actually successfully adjusted a piece of technology? It's impossible. Okay. Do you agree with the brief factual description of what happened here?
Yes.
Is this representative of what was reported to you by Talon Schroyer?
I don't remember the Dilaudid portion, but I do remember the fentanyl and the Versed.
Okay. What is rhabdo? Do you know?
It's rhabdomyolysis. It's an acute situation. I'd let a physician better
Okay. Well,
articulate that.
we'll ask somebody else, just for the jury, to see if there's anything else in there. And then it said, per risk management, we'll send a peer review?
Yes.
Okay. And was that your expectation, that that's what would happen?
Yes.
That it would go to peer review?
Yes.
For the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a peer review or peer review system in the medical world?
That is when a specific case with a patient goes in front of a group of physician peers to get evaluated and tested against the literature. I'm not familiar with exactly what happens. I've not been purview to any of those sort of processes. It's a very closed session. It's private. There's no follow-up given afterwards.
Okay. And do you know whether or not that peer review ever happened?
Then or now? What time are you referring to that?
The peer review that was thought to happen out of voice report 1, did that happen?
It did not.
Okay. Were you privy to why it didn't happen?
I came to the understanding later on that it was canceled.
Okay. All right. Did you later receive a series of emails in November of 2018 regarding Dr. Husel and patients being given high doses of fentanyl?
I recall 2 emails, yes.
Yes, okay. Your Honor, I'm going to hand to the witness a series of documents that are entitled as follows. States Exhibit 20A, 20B, 20E, and 20F. Dr. Miles, were these emails that were received by you in your capacity as a manager in the pharmacy department at Mount Carmel West Hospital?
Portions of them were. Some
Okay.
of them were from other people that I wasn't attached to.
Okay. And do you believe these were kept in the regular course of business?
It's my understanding.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Objection?
I'm placing States Exhibit 20A. There are 2 parts. There's a bottom and a top. I'm going to start with the bottom on the thread. What is 20A? What does it say?
Do you want me to read the whole email, or?
No, just, you can summarize.
What is your understanding of what that document
Yeah.
says?
Yeah, it was notification to me that there was a dose that was high for a palliative ventilator withdrawal. And it was communicated to me from Greg Dresbach that worked night shift.
Okay. And who was, there's a patient number, is that correct?
That's correct, that's their account number.
And it appears to be a 75-year-old person that was admitted with worsening edema.
Yes, with shortness of breath and worsening edema.
Okay, okay. And there was what Greg Dresbach referred to as a cocktail of fentanyl and midazolam given to this patient in the course of a palliative withdrawal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to move it now to the top part where you sent a reply email. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. And this says, okay, I pushed it up the chain of command. I put in a voice on this one.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. I previously presented to you States Exhibit 22B, which was a voice report dated 12/19/2018. Is this a voice report that you prepared?
That one, I believe, was the one I prepared.
Okay. I'm going to place the top page on the projector. And this is with regard to patient Rebecca Walls, 75-year-old lady, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a paragraph, long paragraph here, of your reasoning why you were presenting the voice report. Is that correct?
Correct, that's a cut and paste of that. And with the verbiage on there, believe it was the same patient, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to re-review the document.
Okay. What would help? Would the discharge date, admission date?
Yep, that appears to be the same patient. It's the right
Okay,
number. Yeah.
all right. And it's, you've said there have been a few instances of highly questionable palliative withdrawal orders by Dr. Husel, correct?
Yes, that was basically a copy and paste from Greg's email.
Okay. And what happened with this voice report? Do you know?
Yes, I sought out and spoke to Dr. Swanner and asked what happened with the last one, and that's when I found out peer review was canceled in October. And I requested it be reviewed promptly.
Okay. Why did you feel that prompt review was warranted?
Because it wasn't reviewed, the previous case wasn't reviewed because the peer review was canceled.
What were your concerns at that time?
Duplication at that point in time, that was my understanding of a second instance of this happening.
Okay.
So I wanted it to be reviewed promptly.
Okay. And as a pharmacist, what do you think your primary function is in the context of the hospital?
Review medications for safe and appropriate use.
Okay. Then there came a time when, was there a time where you received an email from Greg Dresbach dated November 21st of 2018?
Yes.
And was that kept in the ordinary course of business at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
May.
And this has a top and a bottom. There's an email from, purports to be from Dresbach there, but there's a response, and I'll show that in a minute.
Can you tighten that up a little bit, because it's kind of fuzzy,
Tighten
even
up.
with my glasses on.
Okay.
You got lucky once. There you go.
Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay.
Is that much better for you guys?
Yeah. Okay, and this one starts, here we go again, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when he says, here we go again, what's he talking about?
I would assume he was talking about the second time since Monday, because the
Okay.
previous one was the 19th.
Okay. And he says, it goes into a little bit of the patient. The patient's an 82-year-old woman, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There was a cocktail of fentanyl, 2,000 micrograms, and 10 milligrams of midazolam used in a palliative withdrawal, correct?
That's what he stated, yeah.
Okay. There's some other information in there about the nurse and the vials and the charting.
Is that a question,
I think she's getting to it, but
I'm getting-
let's get to the question. Sustain.
which we probably don't need to get into right now. But then above, there's an indication that you did something with this email. What did you do with it?
I forwarded on to Sarah. I was on PTO at that time, but I still logged in and checked my email. And I saw this, so I immediately forwarded it on.
Okay. And were you on vacation or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, doctor, when you say PTO,
Paid time off, I'm sorry.
okay.
Thank you.
I mean, this is your life, we're trying to understand it.
Yeah, we're acronym rich, I apologize.
Well, and you define things with the word you're defining too. That's beside the point.
Actually, we are too, so it's just a matter of meshing the two systems.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we have our own lingo.
And, you know, in truck language, PTO, I think, is power takeoff. Is that right? I'm pretty
I
sure,
couldn't tell you.
yeah. So. So what did you do as a result of that email?
That email, I called Janet Whitty, who was my next one up at that point in time, because my immediate supervisor was on a leave of absence.
Yeah. Why was that?
I believe he had surgery.
Yeah, yeah, this is Sean O'Connell, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, he had surgery. Okay. So, did you forward this information to a person by the name of Katie Barga?
I also forwarded it to her.
Okay. And this is kind of a cut and paste, is that right? At the bottom?
Yes,
Okay, so you use the old email and then send it to who?
yes, I sent it to Katie.
Okay,
Okay, when you concentrate, your voice goes down. It's human nature, don't worry about it, okay? But when you look at something, you're concentrating, your voice will go down. I want her to be able to hear your answer.
Okay.
okay. And what did you tell Katie?
I said I'm on PLT, or paid leave time, another acronym for time off. Today, can you please escalate this as well? And then gave her my cell phone number.
And your comment was, we have significant risk with this.
Yes.
And then the top part, have you ever seen the top part?
I was CC'd on it, so yes, I apparently saw it at
Okay.
some point in time.
And what does this purport to be?
A statement from Katie that says that there's a third case. Is there any way we can manage it sooner rather than later? I know we have meetings set up next week, but is somebody able to talk to the physician as soon as possible?
Okay, thank you. And as a result of this third incident, what did you do with respect to a voice report?
I was on time off at that point in time. I believe Katie was the one that entered this one.
Okay. Did you ever review it in real time, or was today the first time you ever saw it?
Well, I wasn't able to review it in real time because I was on vacation at that point in time, but the next time, you can't access the voice system from outside of the confines of the organization.
Okay.
So the next time I was at the organization, I reviewed it, yes.
Okay. And that's States Exhibit 22C that I presented to you before.
Yes, that was the
Okay.
record of that.
And that looked familiar?
Yes,
Is it a document kept in the ordinary course of business at Mount Carmel Hospital? Or
Yes.
was it at that time?
yes.
Okay.
Were you able to get all that?
Yes.
And this purports to involve Mrs. Penix, 82-year-old lady, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And purports to involve treatment by a physician on November 20th of 2018. Correct?
Was this, no, let's see, that was the last night at, yes, the November 20th, that was in the
Yeah,
late evening.
okay.
Yes, correct.
And it was palliative withdrawal, is that
That's what it
correct?
appears to be.
Okay, that was the subject matter, correct. And the expectation at that time was what? That what would happen with this?
That would go to peer review.
Okay. A moment, Your Honor.
Sure. How you guys holding up? They're getting there. Can you guys drive till 5? Go all the way to 5, or just somebody need a break? Because if one person needs a break, we'll take a break.
Can we just take a little stretch break, Judge, just so it's kind of late in the day while we're organizing here
That's
for a moment?
fine. I was more worried about them than I was you.
I know, I've been at it, so I was just,
Is she, I'm sorry, is she done?
no,
No.
we're just asking her about something, about maybe a little stretch break would be okay, instead of having people excuse.
I was just, if she was done, I was gonna take advantage and let him have 10 minutes, but. They all got great bladders. Said y'all got great bladders then, right? That wasn't a question, that was a commentary.
Thank you, Your Honor. A couple additional points.
Do you have questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Questions? Let's turn our attention back to State's Exhibit 22B. That's the, I'm sorry. The reported severity. Now, this is one of the voice reports that you made, correct?
That's the one I made, yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Can you comment upon the reported severity, 0, NA, or unknown? What does that mean?
Does that mean it's not quantified yet? I didn't want to put a label on it because I didn't know, without peer review happening, I didn't want to stratify that. It could be adjusted
Okay.
later.
Okay. And on the same document, did you enter the actual severity level 4 on that?
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Menashe?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello?
How are you?
Good.
Good. You know, I will just start with this voice. Showing you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 22A with respect to James Timmons. Remember
Yes.
this? Okay.
Yes.
And so we can back up a second. James Timmons is associated with the phone call you received from Talon Schroyer, correct?
No, he called me in the morning. That was from October.
I'm sorry, what?
That was from October. He talked to me in the morning. There was no phone call.
Oh, I'm sorry. He talked to you, I think, when you said you were getting coffee.
Correct.
And as a result of that, based on what he told you, did you make a voice report?
No, I had a discussion with Katie, and Talon had left and had not entered it, so we decided we needed to enter it at the moment.
I remember in your Columbus Police Department interview, right towards the beginning, you were asked to describe your job duties. Do you remember that question?
Yes?
And you told the detectives that you basically fix things.
Yes, we have a lot of machinery. We have some of it is aged, so keep our processes moving smoothly. Could be anything from helping facilitate a broken door that's in our department to, procuring new hardware, procuring new items to support the distribution needs for the department.
Certainly, as part of your job as in operations, that if you had information that drugs were administered that had potentially hastened the death of a patient, you would have run and done a voice report, would you not have?
Yes.
In fact, just common sense, wouldn't you almost even thought to call 911?
I don't know what I would have thought back then.
And instead, you went to Katie. Right? You didn't do a voice report. You went and told Katie?
Our patient safety risk officer, I had a discussion because quite honestly, I wasn't sure about the dosages, so I felt like it needed further review. And I discussed about going to peer review.
And when you say you weren't sure about the dosages, just so we're clear, how many years have you been a licensed pharmacist?
At that point in time, in 2018, six.
6 years. So it's Katie that actually enters the voice report in that states Exhibit 22A, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and that's why her name is on top right here. It says entered by Katie Barga.
correct.
And then on page 2, you were just asked about the reported severity.
Correct.
And then right underneath that, would you agree there's a line that says actual severity level?
I do.
In the course of your role at the time, and again, your role was what?
Manager,
Manager of the pharmacy.
that's correct.
And so you're familiar with these voice reports.
Yes.
How long just generally does it take to input a voice report, would you estimate?
It depends on the amount of information that's needed to be put in, so it's variable. Could be 5, could be 10 minutes.
5 or 10 minutes to put in a voice report.
Yes.
Right here on reported severity, with respect to States Exhibit 22A, it says 4, correct?
Yes.
And then actual severity, it also says 4,
Yes.
correct? And you would agree with me, based on your role as the manager and knowledge of voice reports, that the scale of a voice report goes up to 9.
Yes.
And a 9 indicates the most severe, noting an event that contributed to death. That's what a 9 is, right?
Yes.
And this is a 4.
I didn't score that.
Because you didn't do the voice report.
My understanding is Katie Barge's role is to actually do the actual severity level.
Have you ever heard of an expression, garbage in, garbage out?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Means with poor data, you have poor assumptions to make decisions.
And based on what you told this jury, you're the one that reported the conversation with Talon Schroyer to Katie, right?
Yes.
We want to go to the next page of this voice report with respect to James Timmons. Actually, sorry, I will go to page 4 of 6. Who's Erlene Romine?
She was the manager of the ICU at the time, nurse manager.
So she oversaw the ICU at the time.
From a nursing perspective, yes.
And right here it says follow-up actions, and would you agree it notes followed up by, and it indicates her name?
Yes.
Flipping the page to page 5 of 6, what does it say under details?
I need more information about this issue. These medications would be appropriate for a palliative patient.
The manager of the ICU wrote that in the voice report
The nurse manager did, yes.
upon her review.
I guess you'd have to double check with her, but that's my understanding.
Stop, everybody. There's every many people talking first, okay? We'll stop at the question as it's pending. You have an objection as the speculative, and he attempted an answer. Are you up with me, court reporter? Okay. Rephrase the question, sustained.
Absolutely. Page 4 of 6. Does it have a date
Yes,
above Erlene Romine's name?
yes.
And what's the date, if you could?
Yeah, October 31st,
And there's a time associated with it as well, right?
yes,
And then on the following page, there's a details section,
yes,
and that's where it says these medications would be appropriate for a palliative patient. Correct?
yes, that's what it states.
And then further down, there's a detail section, there's a section where your name is indicated. Is that right?
That is mine, yes.
And the date on that is a month later, on almost a month later, 11/30/2018. You see
Right.
that? And there's a details section there, right?
Yes.
And you've written nothing.
Not in that section.
I remember in your Columbus Police Department interview, you talked about it was part of your job to fix things, and that when Talon Schroyer told you about this incident, it was like a puddle that you wanted to clean up off the floor. Do you remember saying something like that?
I do not.
You would agree with me that a slip and fall is different from hastening someone's death.
Potentially. I mean, a slip and fall could cause somebody's death.
Let's talk about 22B, Rebecca Walls. This voice report does appear to be entered by you.
Yes,
Okay. Just want to go here. Reported severity, you have indicated, have you not, 0 or unknown?
yes, I indicated unknown.
And certainly, because you're familiar with the 0 to 9 scale of severity, that if you believed you were reporting an event which contributed to death, you would have listed it as a 9.
If at that time that's what my thought was, yes.
And the actual severity of that incident upon review was noted to be a 4, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
Going Going now to the third voice report that you were shown, 22C. This one relates to Melissa Penix. Look familiar?
Yes.
And this report, again, not entered by you, but by Katie Barga, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this, with respect to Melissa Penix, reported severity is what?
4.
And the determined actual severity is noted as what?
4.
I want to ask you, there's an indication there of DNR-CC. Do you know difference between DNR-CCA and DNR-CC?
Not specifically.
Would you don't know what each one means?
I don't use it in my daily activities of work now.
Okay. I want to go to, you were shown States Exhibits 23B, C, and D. There were a series of policies and procedures with respect to the dispensing system. Do you recall those?
Yes.
I want to go over, if we could. I'll just take the one from 2015. This is States Exhibit 23C. Would you agree with me that attached to each one of these is a list of medications that is kept or was kept in the Pyxis machine at the hospital during the relevant time frame?
I mean, not all those medications were in every Pyxis machine, but many of those were in Pyxis machines, yes.
And any medication that was in a Pyxis machine somewhere could be overridden, correct?
If it was on that list, yes.
Okay. If I could approach, well, let me just go through each one. I'll try to save time late in the day. 23C. Does it appear that these are alphabetical?
Yes.
These listed medication? Okay. Just want to, here's fentanyl, correct?
Yes.
All right. And just alphabetically, I want to turn the page and look and see if you see ketamine, where it would appear alphabetically.
Do not.
Okay, you do not see ketamine in 23C. I want to go to 23D. These aren't. Where it would appear alphabetically, do you see ketamine?
I do not.
Okay. But you do see on the prior page where fentanyl is.
I do.
I say this because if a medication is not kept in a Pyxis machine, it would potentially be kept in the basement. I'm sorry, on the first floor in the pharmacy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if a medication isn't in a machine, then hypothetically, if I was Dr. Husel, I wouldn't ever have to call and ask for an override on that medication, correct?
There would not be interface with the pharmacy during an override.
So there wouldn't even be a call.
Not that I'm aware of.
Right? And so if a medication isn't in the Pyxis machine, like ketamine, but it's downstairs in the pharmacy, because I think you had your own medicine safe down there, did you not?
Yes.
The medication is in that safe in the pharmacy, and it's not in the Pyxis, and I am a doctor in ICU, and I need ketamine. How do I obtain some ketamine for a patient?
They'd have to put in an order for it.
And it would come down to the pharmacy, correct?
Yeah, go through the queue-based system and it'd be reviewed and dispensed.
And if it's in the pharmacy, and only in the pharmacy, it couldn't be overridden, correct?
Correct.
It's not in the drawer.
Correct.
Also, with respect to what you were asked about overrides, I think generally on direct you were asked about these bullet points. I'll just go to 23D if we could. This second bullet point right here. under special comments about overrides. Would you agree with me that it says that overrides can happen in emergency situations when time does not permit the pharmacist review, such as a stat, all caps, orders, or circumstances when patient harm or discomfort could result from delay in administration of a medication? Goes on, does it not, to say, including situations in which the patient experiences a sudden change in clinical status.
I agree, that's what it says.
That's when an override is okay.
That's what that policy said at the time.
And these were the Mount Carmel policies during the relevant time frame that we're talking about here today.
Yes.
Also, if I'm a nurse and I decide to do an override, I don't need a doctor's permission to do the override, correct?
They would need an order for the medication.
Sure, but the order, I could get a verbal order, give me, 200, 500 micrograms of fentanyl. They get the verbal order and they type it in. It's the person that's potentially taking the medicine out that decides whether to override it, correct?
Yes.
And you said on your direct, the persons that have access to Pyxis machines are the nurses and the pharmacists.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that includes also pharmacy techs that come and fill the machines?
Correct.
Do you remember the date of your interview with Columbus Police Department?
I do not remember the specific date.
Would it sound about right that it was in December of 2018?
Yes.
And where was that interview?
It was at Mount Carmel West.
And during that interview, you were asked about dosages. You remember those questions?
Yes.
And you indicated to the police at the time, did you not, that dosing is very individualized?
I stated that, yes.
And then you went on to explain that tolerance is one of the factors that one must consider when looking at dosages.
That's correct.
And that's true, right? And surely, as I know that you testified that you were a pharmacist who reviewed orders at one point in your career, determining the appropriateness of an order that comes through must take into account someone's tolerance.
Yes.
And that can include not just the medication they've recently received at the hospital, but let's say if they're an opioid addict.
Yes.
I want to show you, again, State's Exhibit 22A with respect to James Timmons. The narrative here, does it not? 39-year-old came in after being found down in a basement for an unknown amount of time with a needle in his arm.
Yes.
And then it goes on to say that he was pulseless and CPR started. Correct?
Yes.
And urine positive for cocaine and marijuana.
Correct.
Certainly someone that might be an IV drug user might have a different tolerance than, let's say, someone that doesn't abuse heroin.
Object.
Okay. Let's lay some foundation.
Sure.
And we're talking about different classes of drugs here, so
I
I think
understand. That's why I wanted to lay some foundation.
Okay. So I'm happy to go back. Tolerance. A couple ways to look at tolerance. Fair to say you can look at tolerance of the amount of medication that someone has received, let's say, in their most recent hospital stay, right? Like how much fentanyl do they get in 6 days before the order comes through?
Sure.
That could be something to look at for tolerance.
You look at the response from that, yes.
Yes. And then would it be as a pharmacist, relevant to you when determining the appropriateness of a medication to know if someone for whom an order was being placed, particularly a fentanyl order, had an addiction to opioids?
Yes.
Which explains why during your Columbus Police Department interview, you said, did you not, opioids are something you get tolerant to?
I can't specifically recall, but that's true.
And then I remember when you were asked the question about fentanyl, and you said that fentanyl was a drug that was used in the ICU.
Yes.
And so the use of fentanyl alone was not a red bell for you,
Correct.
or a red flag.
Yes.
I want to turn to an issue that just relates to your testimony about a pharmacist in reviewing an order.
Okay.
Prospective review. If I'm a pharmacist, I get the order, it comes down, I review it for appropriateness. And always safety is in my mind, right, as a pharmacist.
Yes.
I review it for appropriateness, and then if I think it's appropriate, I hit verify.
Yes.
Then there is what you discussed as a retrospective review. And your testimony was that upon a retrospective review, there's no other option than to hit verify.
Except.
Except. You would agree with me, though, that there is still a comment section on a retrospective review.
Not from my understanding. It's you hit accept. That's the only option, period.
And so you would be, as a pharmacist, hitting an accept button if you looked at a dosage and you thought that dosage could have killed someone.
Yes.
And you would never have reported that?
Are you asking me as a pharmacist, or are you asking?
Yeah, you as a pharmacist. Like, let's say that you had retrospectively reviewed any dosage that you thought might have hastened someone's death.
Either identify you're using it, because it's not on the record, you turned it around.
So, well, I can just ask you the numbers. Let's say a 2,000 order of micrograms of fentanyl comes to you for and it's a retrospective review.
In my practice, I would ask questions, yes.
How would you ask questions?
I would make a phone call.
And who would you call?
I would call the provider that was linked with that order.
What would you ask them?
What was the course of action and what happened and why was it utilized? How
And
was
if
it
they-
utilized?
Oh, sorry. Because making those calls is part of being a pharmacist.
Yes.
How many calls would you say in your career reviewing orders that you made to providers, just made upstairs?
Well, I also practiced on the floor, so there was access to them immediately. So if you want to just ask questions, how many questions I've asked physicians? Thousands.
So fair to say that's a pretty common practice.
Yes.
And if you ask questions, I'm assuming in your training and expertise, if you ask questions and you don't get enough information, I'm assuming you ask more questions.
Yes.
Like if somebody said to you, oh, that medication was for a procedure, and you wanted to know more about the procedure, fair to say you'd say what kind of procedure?
Yes.
So going back to the options in the machine, you were asked during your Columbus Police Department interview about when a pharmacist prospectively can reject a medication.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I do.
And do you remember telling them that actually, that the nurses actually don't necessarily see a rejection of a medication?
Yes, there's a small icon that changes.
And you indicate to the police that it can be of no consequence to the nurse. It's more of a pharmacist to pharmacist. Like, hey, I'm working on this, don't touch it type of thing.
That's often how it's utilized, yes.
That's, and when you say it's utilized, the reject button.
The reject button. So if they're clarifying or calling a physician, they would hit the reject button.
And so it's really pharmacy focused.
I would say that's fair.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, can we approach? Just right here.
Oh, just one? Okay.
Because it's just a logistics question.
Yeah. Break for the night because she's got some more time there and it's a good breaking point. Ladies and gentlemen, remember the admonitions. Let's not discuss anything about the case at all. Okay? You're not to do your own investigation or disregard the press and the media. Okay? So if something comes on the TV involving somebody, you ignore it, you turn it off. Okay? Any questions? Okay, and the lawyers are going to avoid you. Okay, we're going to get started at 9 in the morning. Okay, you guys have a great evening. Get lots of sleep. Okay, I'll see you guys in the morning. Just relax. I got to talk to you for a second.
They said all right.
Yeah, they're fine. I thought you were trying to walk on out the door.
No, he said right.
Doctors sometimes run out of here, so.
No.
Okay.
Found direction.
Yep, just give me 1 second, make sure I got all my stuff here.
Have a great evening, you guys.
Thank you. That's mine.
At least I'm not driving an hour
I
right
don't see
away.
any more red stickers.
Okay, let's go back on. Okay, doctor, you're on the stand right now. You're gonna have to come back in the morning, okay?
Oh, Your Honor, we have Dr. Hagris via Zoom at 9.
From Egypt, we
From
told you about
Egypt.
this at the beginning.
Okay, how long will this take? Because this man, I don't want to tie up his entire day with sitting in the hallway.
Judge, it's already set. I mean, they're like on a different time zone. That's why we said we had to do a hard
I understand.
start time. I don't know.
I can deal with the jury on it. If I tell him to come back at, let's say, 2:30,
I would say noon. But
Noon?
we have, he's represented by Mr. Gobble. We can be in constant contact with Mr. Gobble, see how the morning's going.
are you flexible tomorrow?
I can be.
You're gonna be.
Yes.
Okay? Okay, we have a gentleman testifying from Egypt that we have to set up special links for, so we'll, through your attorney, we will get in touch with when to return. Okay?
I'll be here.
Do you need anything for your employee?
No.
Okay. You're excused.
Was I loud enough towards the end?
Huh?
Was I better with volume towards the
Yeah.
end? Okay.
Well, it's human nature that when people concentrate, their voice goes down because they're busy concentrating. But these are the things I do. I used to teach doctors how to testify.
Yeah, I totally.
Okay. Should have taken my course. Kidding. Have a good night.
We're not in here.
And no one likes seeing me. That's okay. Okay. I'll let him clear the room.
See you around.
We have to clear the record, so. And I always ask, is there anything for the record? So, Ms. Grubb, anything for the record? Those in the back of the courtroom, keep it down for a minute, let me finish.
Are we all set with the Zoom in the morning? Is that technology in place?
It'll be in place, don't worry. I thought you already sent out the,
The link is, but are we just going to
Link is.
do it on this then, or do we have TVs? I mean, I don't know how you're going to.
it'll be done in here.
Yeah, but
So
on this
you will
projector?
see the Zoom actually up on the screen.
So there's nothing more we can do on that?
Not that I'm aware of, I will ask Darcy before she goes. Ms. Menashe, anything for the record?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, record's closed. Hey, Janet.